Hey, welcome to Tyranny. It's a kind of a not top-down. I think it's called like isometric. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting thing. You play as just someone following the will of the Lord of the guy who's taken over the world. You know, just having fun, doing what he do. You'll see. It's interesting. Played a little bit of it. We're gonna play on normal because I'm a chump. Only one save slot is permitted. If your party is defeated, the game ends. Your save's lost, and you must start again. I'm not that good, bro. I'm not that good. Disables a number of helper features in the game. Players want to rely on their own faculties. Playing the X-Pros. Oh. I mean, I'm not that good. You know what I mean? Okay, it's back.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spymaster and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
See me? I'm a baller. What's the world would like bend to my will? Yeah, right. Drinky? No, I want to have some heft. I want that. I'm a little bit of a beer guy, you know. Make me pale too. That's me. Alright, in the Northern Empire, where you were born, men enjoy equal protections under the laws of the Overlord Kairos. On the southern lands of the Tiers, only men may own or captain ships. Real estate is restricted to women. Men may lease, but durable ownership of the land in the Tiers always passes to eldest daughters or sister. Most sons enter their father's profession by their mid-teens. Those without a profession or family lands to work can find purpose by pledging service to one of the Overlord's mighty Archons. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted in the armies of the Archons. If a child cannot forge his own skein, he will certainly find one in battle. What do I look like? Well, let's see. Hold on. Actually, my face is kind of perfect. Hair though, let's change it up. Not too many options. I'll do this one. And I have to have a beat. This one looks a little more dignified, honestly. That's actually pretty good. Get some tattoos. Flowers. Alright, I want these. Blue text, black maybe. Dark blue. Okay.
Ah, got it. Right.
Can you speak up?
See that?
Jesus Christ. Can't even go to settings, so we found it. It's fine, whatever. Check my portrait. This one, for sure. How'd you join the army? Oh, I was a war mage. Few have the combination of wits and courage to be accomplished casters and warriors, and those cursed with such a combination of talents are invariably pulled from their mundane lives and assigned to the armies of the Archons. Their earliest memories are a painful slog of training, study, lecture, and exhaustion. All the elements of being groomed for battle. You better than to ask what became of your family, nor to question the missives allegedly penned by their hand that were part of your earliest lessons in reading. When you reached adulthood, Tunon the Adjudicator came to the barracks and laid claim to your life. Seeing you as too valuable for the crucible of battle, the Archon of Justice deemed your life better spent dedicated to the art of legal remedies. Though you had much to learn in matters of civil discourse, none could deny your bright future as Tunon's next great enforcer. You're trained in the following combat style. I mean, obviously I'm going to do magic. Magic seems the most fun. Shock, frost. Atrophy sounds the most harmful and thus the more fun, you know? Atrophy magic drains the skills and attributes of your enemies, weakening their attacks and make them easier to kill. Weaken? Hold on. We can interrupt their attacks, prevent them from executing. Frost magic expensive. Focus on slowing enemies as well as dealing cold damage. This cold damage would probably be the way to go. Grasp. 12. Attacking targets and point of that ability. Yeah. Further fancy. Fine. 10 to 15 damage. Here's right. I'll do frost. Believing that all of his agents should be well-rounded, tune in order that you receive training in a secondary combat style. I mean, that's when I do double frost. small area around the target. Nah, I'll do after that one. And I get my own banner. And with blue. I want my clothes to match my, you know. A name? Oh, my weakest part. Oh god, what's his name? Big Ted? Big Ted. That's my dude, Big Ted. Awful. I'm not sick with it. Give you my old mage name, Odysseus. Then I'm gonna have you fuck people up. Alright, Wits Resolve. Might. Character increase might leads to more powerful attacks, strong abilities, will increase it. Garbage, I don't need that. Finesse. Ooh, accuracy, attacks, and spells. I'm gonna want that. So let's bring that back. Gain some finesse. How often character can work abilities? I want that. Health? No. No, 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 no. Alright. Magic Staff. Floor dodge. Spells recommended for your training. Okay, they want me to know how to like dodge stuff. I can understand. Let's keep it. Strongly recommended? Okay, fine. How do you want to continue? Selecting a conquest option will allow you to play through Kairos' conquest of years, choosing how your character was involved in the invasion. This gives you the most control of the starting state of the game and how other factions react. Yes, I will want conquest.
All the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tiers, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior. In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tiersmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tiers sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Conquest. During the conquest, you'll decide your character's actions during the invasion, shaping the world. Each choice you affect makes decisions matter. That's what they're saying. I was gonna read all that. It's great. The Bastard City. Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tiers. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tiers, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' army. Taking the city, you sent a message to the rest of the Tiers. Kairos' will was insurmountable. Select a token on the map. Gates of Judgment. The armies of Kairos took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, opening the opening called the Conquest of the Tiers. Two armies, disfavored in Scar Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the army whose approach best suited your strengths. I could choose which one if I want to take that approach. Or if I want to do this one, infiltrate the Tiers. History remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the Conquest, with the real combat unfolded with advanced units, both armies preparing for the coming war. This favored and Scar Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Choose. I mean, I'll probably put it, I'll probably infiltrate for sure. Aid the scouts. Join the scouts. They raid villages and small towns, conscripting every able body one. Besides the rewards of conscription, only soldiers need. Yeah, what's this though? So join battle. On battle. I'm gonna join the scouts. The winter skills to elite disfavored scouts to capture a border garrison. Raven Ash insisted that an early victory in the offensive would boost the morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of Southerners. The Oathbound scouts identified a modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the enemy uncoordinated and cut off from aid. You oversaw the preparations and offered your opinions on the strategy. The clashing of swords and spears fell to silence, followed by the cheering of disfavored scouts. You were the least surprised. Inside Agent. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kairos' armies and lurked in the shadows of the Bastard City. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kairos' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. Or containing the fire. Your fiercest opponents in the Bastard City were the mages of the School of Wild Wrath, too barbaric to use their power responsibly. The unbridled practitioners needed to be stopped. How did you trick the hot-tempered mages into their own undoing? The Inside Agent. Fast-talking smuggler or a well-informed guard captain. Okay, I feel like if I'm trying to, corrupt from within, guard captains. You enlisted a bitter captain of the guard to sell military secrets to the disfavored. Better that Kairos' forces march to their next inevitable victory well-informed. The captain of the guard was of a mind that the Bastard City was corrupt and deserving of better leadership. You did nothing to convince him otherwise. After taking your promises of stature and security to heart, he offered you a list of valuable assets, from weakened stones in the rampart to the state of siege provisions, capping off with a list of city officials whose loyalties could likewise be turned to support your cause. Betrayal of the Bastard City. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the Bastard City ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city defenses for the rival Kairos' forces, but you wanted a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the fall of Bastard City? Got options. An ability for that. Spread fear through assassination. Deep into the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the Bastard City one by one. I mean, that sounds the coolest. Hold down. 1 per encounter. X self. Raise reflection for seconds. Minus 100 accuracy. That's fair. Plus 200 dodge. Plus 200 parry. All weapons all. Huh. for that too. Starting palm. Spite. Plus damage. Plus. Okay. I mean, but I want damage. I want more damage. Searing palm. Gather heated energy into your hands and release into foe. Burn them. That's what I'm gonna do. Spreading the word of Kairos, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. As the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. It didn't take much to convince the bastard cities downtrodden that Kairos was the superior power. You armed them with weapons and knowledge of a signal you would raise when the time was right. As the armies appeared outside the walls, you ignited the spark that fanned their anger into full-scale riot. Chaos they spread in Kairos' name weakened the city to such an extent that its inevitable fall was but a formality. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Gunan sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as a judge and overseer of the settlement of Lithian's Crossing, or as a war advisor of the armies advancing into the realms of Apex. Lithian's Crossing. Depository made the settlement of Lithian's Crossing as a war asset. Kairos sent the forge bound. Smith made virtual skill to establish weaponry. Gunan Ducator sent one of his vapor enforcement. Law. I'm gonna do that. I want to oversee the supplies. You do. Years ago, Luthian the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane. The town thrived in modest insignificance. Lithian's Crossings drew Kairos' attention to the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. The region under Kairos' control, the northern smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossings in a bloodless victory. Gunan dispatched you to travel alongside Kairos' forces and bring order to the region. Iron must flow. Kairos' smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was slow. Plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored Scarlet Chorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forges. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry for Kairos' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. What's my other option? The Cult of Siren. Siren, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kairos' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical to the conscription of new recruits. When a enthralled disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and needed to be stopped. Ooh. Destroy Siren's Soul or send Siren's Soul to the Vanguard. Or do I want this one? Crypto Tribe Beastman. I kind of want to deal with the Siren thing, honestly. His favor demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices and that they be allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. Lost soldiers was a significant setback to the Scarlet Chorus conscription efforts. Or, in Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcomed to remain in Kairos' military, and their performance would stand as testimony to Siren's effectiveness. I'll send our cult to the front line, you know. Let them prove themselves. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to transfer Siren's latest recruits to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Their resolution fit their traditional model of conscription, so they were considered a fair alternative. In the weeks to come, more of them returned to active duty than even Siren herself expected, likely owing to their obsessive devotion to the Archon and their enchanting music. Yeah, okay, well, I was kind of hoping a bit more of them would have died, but it's a fair thing. A red anvil. One of Kairos' smith mages swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus, jealously hoarding the secret of iron forging, and his favor demanded the smith's immediate return. The Scarlet Chorus insisted they were within the rights to take allegiance from any source that was flared in the forge's cool as arguments stalled productivity. What about this one? Ancient threats. Drawn to the arcane energy around the forges, mystical predators from the nearby old walls began to raid Lithian's crossings at all hours. Both of Kairos' armies reserved their strength for the front lines of the war, and yet the city required protection. They had to delegate the responsibility somewhere. As the largest army, you tasked the Scarlet Chorus with the burden of security. Those favored took the opportunity to gather their strength. At your command, the Scarlet Chorus flooded the streets of Lithian's crossings. Infighting and competition among the unruly gangs made for disorganized patrols and distracted lookouts. However, when an ominous tide of Old Wall's predators assaulted the city in previously unseen numbers, it took the full force of the Scarlet Chorus to repel the attack. Who controlled the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the Voices Norat injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Hunan ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As it is disfavored and Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility towards each other, Hunan decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. Who controlled the crossing? I'll to the Scarlet Chorus. I'm gonna give it to the disfavored because honestly, the Scarlet Chorus they're bad. Too disorganized, you know. Disfavored placed a modest garrison in the southern Lithian's crossing. Though the force was larger than might be needed to police the small settlement, protecting the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defense force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion force suited in iron. Relieved at the departure of the Scarlet Chorus, the citizens of Lithian's crossings felt they got the least of two burdens. They received word from Graven Ash thanking you for your decision. Forge-bound, and their weaponry could not be entrusted to the Voices of Norat. Yeah. Okay. Oh, got options. With the mercenaries expelled and Lithian's crossing under new leadership, Kairos' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement, guaranteeing a productive flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Their skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Vellum Citadel. Kairos' conquering gaze fell upon the Vellum Citadel, its treasures, its knowledge, its secrets. Azure. Kairos dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. Stalwart, with its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable realm in the tiers. I want to check out that place of knowledge. Half hour, we're still working on my story. I haven't technically started. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink, Will, a circle of mages that, centuries ago, carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by the other major realms. Legends said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as such. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the Great Library Fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. Chain of command. A detachment of Kairos' army marched on the Vellum Citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kairos' forces looked to you for the next steps. The call weighed on your mind, as it had an immediate influence on soldier loss. Hold on, what's my other thing? Song of Ensnarement? Siren, Archon of Song, used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the citadel walls. After Kairos' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge. A crime under Kairos' law. Scarlet Course. Got you on my lap? Oh, I lost my mouse. Muzzle the mages, punish the disfavored. Calm the disfavored with a compromise. Sage's mouths would be bound with iron riddles, preventing him from speaking of forbidden knowledge. You punish the disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several disfavors be given to the Archon of Song as their personal bodyguards. I got options. I think I'll do this. You punish the disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Song as their personal bodyguards. The wisdom of the sages and knowledge of the Vellum Citadel were too important to silence. The disfavored balked at entering the Archon's service, but your ruling left them with no recourse. Archon Siren delighted in having new toys to play with, and promptly enthralled her personal guard. We spotted them in the camp days later, following their new mistress with wide-eyed devotion. You know, maybe I shouldn't be helping her out too much. A group of enemy mages surrendered to the disfavored, claiming to be spies loyal to the voices from the rat. No one in the army could verify the claim. The disfavored ready to interrogate the mages, but the Scarlet Chorus protested, demanding that the prisoners be given to their custody. They couldn't risk the voices and rat's secrets falling to the wrong hands. Right of command. The Archon of Song incited Scarlet Chorus recruits to fight their leaders. Bosses were killed and supplanted left and right. The disfavored demanded an end to the practice for the good of the conquest. You agreed with the disfavored arguments. The right of command had its place, but not when Kairos' forces were outnumbered and reinforcements were weeks behind, if not longer. The Scarlet Chorus, even the gang bosses, argue in favor of the ritual contest killing. In the end, they agreed to suspend the practice for the remainder of the Vellum Citadel campaign. Lacking outlet to settle scores or deal with pent-up hostility, tensions flared between the commanders and recruits who were forced to act against their better nature. Well, too bad. The Edict of Fire. Food and morale dwindled as the siege party realized the enemy would win this war of attrition. Gunan sent word that Kairos' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come, and also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Opting to give the enemy no quarter, you would proclaim the Edict of Fire at the first moments of dawn, granting them no warning of the destruction to come. Though the course insisted your actions doomed their spies, this favor to apply your decision. Claiming they still had spies within the Citadel, the Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace and warned them of their doom, giving the Chorus spies and the enemy a chance to run. I mean, I kind of want to just like kill them, but also like, if I do this, maybe I'll get loot. Huh? Further down the line, maybe one of these guys that ran away took loot from the Citadel, and I'll be like, yoink, at some point in the story. I'd rather just kill them all. You know? You read the edict as the new sun rose behind the Citadel, casting a long shadow in its wake. You were the last person to see that Hall of Knowledge the moment before the devastation. The earth shook, and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from the windows and between loose bricks, melting hostile trenches in the surrounding. The mages awoke to smoke and fire. For most, it is already too late. Only a handful of bewildered mages escaped the smoldering collapse of the massive library fortress. Kairos' will be done. The armies of Kairos left the devastation of the Velum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know that once noble citadel was the burning library. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life. But a message had been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks, dwarfed by the inferno, the last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' armies bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. Conquest complete, yes. That is my story, before the game starts. Isn't that right, cat?
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands.
Only took 3 years.
But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance, but months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you.
Yeah.
Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Alright. Now that's an interesting looking statue. You bring Odysseus, I presume. We've been expecting you. Hey, what's up? Powers the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. Yeah. I've gained favor. Commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lithian's Crossing would be coming, but since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices in the rat. She catches herself, clearing her throat with a smile. I mean, mediate with the Archons so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. Again, more favor. But on a personal note, it is good to see another Harbinger. Like Carlos's will, most of our old invasion forces still lives. Most of us have been scattered across the tiers, reassigned as needs change. Miss those days. There's so much battle ahead of us, so much glory still to be won. But I know the Archons are expecting you. Don't let me wax nostalgic about the other days. Okay. Can you hear that hum in the air, that glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. You gain 13 lore experience. Your senses see more than mine, good fate finder. I do not pretend to know much about such things. Without Kairos' magic, you're on important business. No, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that they're here to claim an edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague, an edict of twisted bones? I come bearing an edict of Kairos. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. The edict is leveled against us. Her eyes widen with fear. Her posture slackens. But the Scarlet Chorus prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both of... She clears her throat with a sigh. Hear me, it's not my place to question. We could have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on all of us. Subterfuge 20. Your first instinct is to blame the Scarlet, of course. No wonder Kairos resorts to an edict to enforce order. I mean, obviously I'm just gonna pick stuff that gives me skills. Got up a rank. Experience. Think enough experience, they will raise their skill rank. Skill characters getting experience towards the next level. Scholar. Okay. Yes, well, her eyes shift to the side. There has indeed been little goodwill between our armies, and you're right. When we act as we do, what choice do we give the Overlord? Takes a deep breath, nodding as she exhales. And you are right, should not cast blame so freely, especially not when talking to a servant of justice. My apologies. Well, we've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you. Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastward with alarm. You hear that? More runners. Third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from the outside. Points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived. They're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Hold on, I need to look at my stuff first. Not a lot of range for my stuff.
I got it.
Get him. Combat. Tyranny uses a possible real-time combat system. Don't care. I cast freeze on him. Just stand here. What's his health at? 3 bars. I now catch him on fire. I missed. I now weaken him. Or whatever this does. What's happening, Mike? 76% chance to get basic stuff.
I'm not dead yet.
83% chance like frost. Ash. 80% with my searing. Defense power, jelly range. Hold on, let me just loop. Everyone chest is blocked. Can you fit through the rubble?
Take that.
I can't. Can you push this? No? Okay, I'll just squeeze through. Last time I was able to push it. Oh man. Astrophy.
Will do.
50%. Then searing.
Right. Will do.
Pressing the wrong button. Frost.
Take that.
Okay, I'm gonna stand over here while I cast my shield. Okay. Okay, now I want it.
Will do. On it.
And it's a button to the island. Don't shoot. Don't bother with me. Go down to the pass. Drastus. Soldier clutches his gun once you see a hint of entrails between his fingers. You're wounded. It's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. This, but a scratch. Seen twice as worse 10 times over. He doubles over in pain, gagging and shivering. If you'll just let me help, bro. Said I'm fine. Soldier moans, shakes his head. Raven Ash protects. You go on and help the others. Hey. I mean...
Can't do that.
Okay, it is very excited tab. Several schools, bleached by the sun, picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly given post. Delaying Elder the Scarlet Forest needs. Are you good down here?
Try and catch me, worm.
The young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendirian guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods to acknowledge you. Breathless enemy soldier passes a glance on her countryman. This one's crazy. Too much lead in her water. Should cut our losses and turn back.
Ha! Fate finder. Here at last. Care to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery?
He nods to the armed soldiers bearing down on her. Save something for me. Okay, charge.
Heads up, we have company.
Don't run next to me! You bitch. I'm a mage. At a distance. What is this? Reverse knock your tyrant prone. Kill this one first. And then use this one on this. Now. What are you doing? Stop.
Will do.
This isn't a game. Take this seriously.
I got it.
He really doesn't want to be next to that chick. Control atrophy +1. Ooh. Easiest fight I've ever had.
I got.
Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
Fighter surveys the fresh corpses and nods with satisfaction.
I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
I'm ready when you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
Yeah, where's his money? I see your point. Nice
No
practical.
reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Narat!
Got it.
I'm wearing like pyramid armor. Which isn't even that good. Why would they give this to me? Phalanx, one-handed. I don't. Helm's gonna be better. Look how cool I look. Javelin. Yeah, those are. How about you? Can you hear this? You can have my old ceremonial hood. It does like barely. I want low recovery time. Oh, technically have that. Oh my god. She can attack even faster with nothing on. Yaks. She'll be a force to be reckoned with. Alright, good luck. Hold on, there's like loot. Hey. Tarkus Demos. Eyes forward, no looking back. The Vendrian guard warrior roars with his falx-held eyes, words largely lost over the din of combat. Stand aside, or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. Aiming squarely in his path, the soldier points his weapons your way. There is no escape, and for Oathbreakers, no surrender. They will settle this with bronze. Charge here. As he signals his men charge, sounds of chanting rise from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry. Mocking blaze. Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape. A red mob of reinforcements from the south. A blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble. Ornamental crests over staff pulsing with crimson tones. Signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth. Blood chanters scribe a series of spells in the air. Red glow surrounds the Vendrian guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there, keep to the path! The warrior dresses along the King Trail. The soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, rolling challenges. No, don't engage them, we need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon.
Look at...
Escape war, skill book melee, start hands. I don't want to read that.
that, future corpse.
Hey, feel free to like get down here though and like help out.
You got it. I'll tear your scalp out by your ass! You still
Ah! My wizard.
with me, Bob?
turn. I'll do it.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I
I don't know why
do.
she stopped attacking all of a sudden.
This isn't working. Seeing an awful a lot of red.
What are these? I have to like reload. Ow.
Now I have. Did I always have this much? I better not wake up dead.
No. I live again. Alright, maybe I'll give her some clothes to wear. I don't know.
The year is four.
Oh. That far back? I guess not too far back, really. Nope.
I got it. Right. Will do.
Desiccated corpses line the road of victory to the endurance. Well, an example of fate awaits those who resist Kairos' will. Can I turn off tutorials? I'll take it. Tutorials. Goodbye.
Will do. I got it.
I missed again. We're just gonna cast it. Hold on. Misses. Okay. Actually, doing it like bottom right.
I got it.
Pretty cool. Abilities does increase it though. Always a fan of those.
Can't do that.
I mean, can't do that. You good? Wounded, it's not trivial. Keep hold of your guts then. Farewell. Releases wounds to flash you a pain salute. Hail Kairos. You can keep hold of your guts, bro. Like, damn.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
try and catch me, worm.
Okay.
Ha, Fate Finder.
One down.
I got it. Will do.
Fall before me!
Good job.
Phew. I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things. Eager.
That's
No
back.
reason to pity. For the voices of Narat!
Actually follow me this time when I head down there. Thank you. I'll save it. Applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm good as dead. At least we can drag some cowards chosen along our short journey to the void. Well, I tried, you know. Sometimes you just can't talk sense out of people.
Look at that! Squirrely bastard, aren't you?
Let's do that
I'm not dead.
Let's do
On it.
Did I always have this much blood?
I can finish the big guy. There it is.
I
Right.
never had a chance.
Good work. Right. I got it.
Hey. Come quick, we have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. I'll be right there. Only loot these two guys? Not
I
even
got it.
him? The skulls, yeah, let's go with this. Ozma. Ozma? What are you doing? You'll draw attention to me. Fine. Stow your weapons or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Or in between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds at his favorite officer at knife point. Skewer him. Worry not for me. Graven Ash will protect. His favorite officer winces, blood seeping from the seams of his bracers and verse. I don't know how to pronounce that one. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade, with a jerk of the knife, slices off a clump of Drass's matted hair. You're so eager to see your ally dead. Step closer. This prisoner, and you might know the inside of a cell. Yeah, release prisoner. I'm sure they still will have daily visits from the Scarlet Chorus cast thirsty for a bit of torture, said, pulling Cash closer. I'd rather take my chances with death. Now that's unfair. I assure you it's more of a hunger for torture than a thirst. But you are correct. We have no charity left for those who have laughed at our mercy once before. Bloodchanter slams her staff on the ground, rolling her fingers with a quivering hand. If you fools won't deal with him, maybe I will. You heard Drastus. Let him die. Wrath? Hey! I'm doing what he wanted. Yes, let's see Gravenesh protect him. Bloodchanter smirks, making slicing just for their hand across her neck. Harold dashes the blade across Drastus' throat. Blood gushes out from the commander's neck, drawing out his final words. Arrow points the blade knife towards you. Death to Kairos. Death to the Archons. No moment, Drastus' body falls to the ground. His favorite soldiers pounce forward, quickly reducing the Oathbreaker to a bloody mess. They didn't really do anything, though. Sign. Drastus' death will be a setback. He was a fine steward of the steadfast. Laura swallows her lips, pursed in anger. But with the losses we've sustained in this war, I'm the next in command. I will aspire to be half the leader Drastus was. One of the soldiers found some mage blather on the Oathbreakers. Laura holds up a rolled sheaf of parchment. I figured you being trained in letters could perhaps... Laura looks down at the papers, face blushing, and quickly thrusts the sheaf towards you. He doesn't know how to read. All that training and nobody taught you to read. And I'll examine it. Reading the same message, different... yeah, they're just recruiting. Recruitment here, they're trying to bring more traders to the fight. The Archons are expecting you at the disfavored war camp, and they're ready to leave. Next by the southeast gate and keep going that way. Alright, let's see what kind of loot he has. There you go. Not too big of a fan of it. Putting stuff in my stash. I guess it doesn't matter. Collection, recovery, unarmed defense. I technically don't need armor as much as she does. Oh. Haste. Details. Wire fast the movies man. Sound. This one quickness. I'm giving that to my dude. Sure. That all goes up. Oh, garbage. Wrap, you don't even have one. Recovery's a little slower, but deflection is up, as well as accuracy. Plus, she looks cooler with that on, you know what I mean? Handed. Times 1. It strikes. Weapon. Air penetration. I don't think anything else. Anarchy, minor pairing. Okay, well these are enchanted abilities already, so hold on. Let me look at your stuff. 13 corrode. dodge recovery, plus 225 meters. If I kind of want to switch them out with like a actual weapon, I could, but I probably. And by probably, I mean I not do. Stuff here. Put this in here. I'm selling the rest. What's going on? Prisoners from the Tarkus clan is not just any Oathbreaker, he's one of their leaders. Aurora signals to her men by dragging her hand across her neck. No mercy for those who foment rebellion. Find a post and string him up. If his wounds don't kill him, thirst, starvation, and infection will do the rest. All must be given a chance to find absolution to service to the Scarlet Chorus. Points a finger at his favorite officer. You know full well that has always been our way. There's a chance to be slave or soldier, and then do we feed him to the pigs. I tire of this nonsense. Keep recruiting those Oathbreakers, and you fail to inflict order, and they defect. We have to fight them all over again. I'm not going to let another one of these South knobs come back to haunt us. I insist this Oathbreaker be taken to the Voices of Marat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a fate binder to settle the matter for us. Chanto turns to you, an unexpected smile creeping across her face. So, what say you? What should become of our prisoner? Or should be allowed to this chance. Well, leader though. I mean, if it's a leader, you know what? I want Aurora to like me. You know what? One chance of surrender is enough. Happily, this one will pay for Drastus and all my other brothers and sisters that perish here in Vineyard as well. Aurora nods to a nearby warrior. I heard the Fate Binder. Kill him, but make an example of him. Find a post that's not used and string him up. Aurora gives you a solemn nod. Till next time, Fate Binder. No, you have important business in the valley. No point in keeping you. Get out of here.
Right.
Walking Blues. Hey, man. Fate Binder. One honor to have one of Tunan's court visit our humble holdfast. Need supplies? Bursting with energy, the merchant slams her palm down. Stop. Great. If so, you've come to the right place. So, what will it be today? She spreads out a welcoming arm over her wares. I trust you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you are peddling? Well, you see, Fate Binder. Merchant cranes her head to the side, scratching her neck. I think so. I've been handed these bits of scripts. She reached across a stack of positions to snatch a scroll case. I'm not a woman of letters. Numbers are my strength. Well, imagine. Let me see those. Certainly, good Fate Binder. She hands you the scroll case while wearing a quizzical expression. Cursory reader indicates this merchant is granted the unlimited right to trade in a logistical capacity. Not supporting an active battle, she has the right to trade grain, copper, and olives anywhere in the tiers. Where did you get these? Archeon Bronze acquired these on my behalf from Archon Tunan's agents, I believe. Her expression shows deep concerns. See any issue? Well, looks like we have a slight problem here. A problem? How can that be? I paid a span's profit for the stewardship. What sort of problem is there? You have the right to trade as part of active war efforts. Currently, it would seem our armies are unable or unwilling to fight. See the problem? Sorry to tell you this, but you have the right to trade green war and olives, ridge wheat, and maggot meal for beastmen. I mean, funny though. What? Maggot meal? I was told this was a logistical sewer ship that could trade war goods. She grabs at her hair, body shaking with nervousness. You're not going to report me. I mean, if I knew I'd be swindled, I'd Why I'd be knee deep in that swindler's guts. I can fix the letter. What's it worth to you? What's it worth? Well, I guess it's worth all my wares minus 1 copper ring. She cups her face in hands, scratching her temple as she groans in frustration. I got copper, an amethyst. I think it's an amethyst anyway, and an axe. Proper iron axe that used to belong to a disfavored. Shield was faulty, not the axe. Purple's a good color. You hoist out of a pocket a purple stone, not a proper amethyst, but a stone, remarkably similar appearance. Maybe you've a last lad that'll enjoy a bauble, though I imagine fatebinders don't find time for children. Place the stone in your hand. Now, if you don't mind, press the parchment before you with a look of expectation. You know, she's been fun to mess with, modifying her trade rights in her favor. Once done, you hand her the parchment. She accepts with a smile. Thank you, Fatebinder. Always have friends discount when you shop with me. See what you got. Let's just help me out like right now. Some lesser staves. Hold on, where's my stuff I can sell? Opens a magical expression which is used in spells that affects targets at a distance. Got day, I want to keep that. Skycap, much improves the wits of magical. Lore, I don't really. That water. One resolve for 6. Okay, well, I'll keep it just to keep it. Hide. Spell. Walking Death, revive when defeated for whetstone. Protection. Okay. Bam. Sell my stuff. Like that balance. I don't need it. Staff of Boreal Forest. Wait. Boreal Frost. Just the same stuff I already got. I know I want scrolls. So I want to trade. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it more. Burn it. So this is for my magic stuff. This is for my spell creation. Distant targets. Area of effect. Action. I don't like. Just clicking on it, adding it? No, I need that. Okay. Okay. There's an affliction. Okay. Two meters. I don't think I'm worried. Every effect, though. How many? 5. Until I increase my lore, I can't really. That's fine. I get out of here. Increase my lore, that's all, that's all. Darkus! Hey man. You were there, muttering through a mouthful of congealed blood. Darkus Deimos hangs from the stake. End this. I beg you. Make a better warning others while you're still twitching. Unable or unwilling to muster our strength to reply, the Oathbreaker turns away, wincing in pain. And run up there. I'm up. It's locked. I hope I get a rogue in the party at some point. I'm probably never coming back.
I got it.
Shit. Let's go to the disfavored camp. This fort was constructed shortly after riding rebels along the valley's western edge. The Archon, Graven Ash, directs all disfavored efforts from this location. It's gonna take me 2 hours and 45 minutes to get there. It's gonna matter in the future. It's Judge's Day, 18. Or is it more like background music? You know what I mean?
Will do.
Hail, Fatebinder. Disfavored scout nods at your approach. Camp's on up ahead. Don't mind us, just clearing out the rabble. Sterling Agnon. Still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. She's going about trading rates. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another. It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. Trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing? Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tunon. But we'll lighten your burden and leave you your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. Anything to be argued before Tunon may be argued before me. Lost favor, disfavored? Good. Fuck their name. What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel. And warrior pauses, placing her hand in front of her mouth. Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter. Courtesy demands we listen. Soldier clears her throat, looking at you expectantly. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgment around. Okay, well, I'm not gonna rule for you now. Well, you can rob me now and have my supplies today, the merchant grabs a flask from his cart, or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing draughts. Certainly not any army will need those. Works a small ceramic vial in the aroma of cloves and middleman insults your nose. For 30. What a coincidence. Your family recipe for the rune paste smells just like the Scarlet Fury's own concoction. Where'd you steal this? 16 more. I don't. The merchant tenses up, face flushing red. I don't know what you're getting at. I have athletics? How stupid do you think I am? I'm picking him up. 78. Oh my god. Slow down, I'll tell you everything. Just don't hurt me. But most of everything out in the forest of the valley. I'd keep my head low when I heard sounds of combat. Then I'd take a look and grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors. So then you stole from the disfavored dead? How else did you get your hands on that iron? Scout points to the merchant's cart. Would come here and sell us our own armaments? If anything has an ore, I will return it. This iron would have turned to rust if left in the mud on the battlefield. Disfavored are few in number, is that not right? We need a man like me to gather up supplies that would otherwise go to waste. Disfavored will tolerate your presence, but you'll pay them handsomely for such charity. We will? Disfavored soldier clears her throat with a cough before repeating herself in a more upbeat manner. We will. It sickens me to make an exception for this vulture, but if you'll supply disfavored without profit, perhaps this indiscretion is for the best. It's not like our larders are overflowing. Work slaves to scrounge provisions would be an asset. Favors with things crossing, alright. Thank you for interceding on my behalf. I know my life will now depend on showing this favor due gratitude for suffering in my presence. I must gravel a bit to earn my daily grain, so be it. Anyways, I'm stealing your stuff. Hey, Verse, I was trying to steal stuff. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voice in the rat told me that you come as a mediator. Considering the source, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story. Let's have it. What's so special about you? Lore. I'm actually telling the expense of the siege. Is that all? I can understand why Tyranny would worry himself over resources, but we have the riches of the Northern Empire backing this conquest. Not to mention the plunder of the tiers. See, that's the case, I'll go along with it. First frowns to herself, but doesn't press the issue. What else has the voices of Narat told you? Only that I could find you in entering ruins. Truthfully, I could have picked you out of a crowd. You were the only one of us who has spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Honey River. She laughs, with forced nature to it. Why so suspicious? Just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, there gets as taut as a bowstring. Can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. So why invite a meteor from the Tunan's court? Doesn't add up. Why do you think the Archons are at odds? I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, so I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two, a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Graven Ash and the Voices of the Rat shared some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but I don't know any of the particulars. By my authority, the Archons will fall in line. That sounds like exactly the attitude that sets the campaign in the right direction. I don't envy you the task of getting them to cooperate, which sounds about as easy as teaching a tornado to heal. Enough of this. I must meet with the Archons. I've gotten fear. It's fear me. Hey, don't let me hold you back. I'm sure whatever you're here to do is important enough that you don't need me stepping your path, or tend to just pass the center of camp. One last thing. Be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head. I can't steal it. Midgard holds up a warning hand. Go no farther. You approach disfavored ground. State your business. I am Tunan's Fatebinder. Stand aside. I am expected. Gained wrath. Ah, so you're the fire starter. Oh, yes, that was me. Sevius and the company is returning from the burning library, telling some harrowing stories about Kairos' edict of fire. I think myself brave, but I'm happy to have been far away from it all. Must have been a terrifying honor to be the messenger of such a righteous force. Go on in. Soldier gestures towards the gate. The Archons are expecting you. Find them in the war tent center.
Sorry, I can't.
Hold on, let me just loot this real quick. Hail to you, Guardian of the Law. And just show me your wares. He's got beer and cheese. And I can't even buy... Someone's gonna want these boots. I need more money. I'll probably come back here. Rona. Okay. One most first for they have incredibly rational.
Ah, got it.
Aha.
It's all in the reflexes.
Bitter quip. Glory to the voices in a rat. Rejecting his salutation for all to hear, the grinning blood chanter wraps his staff against the ground as you approach. Deep breeder Odysseus, I presume. Smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I am Bitter Quip. Here is the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. Okay, I don't want to talk to this guy. Weird. But I'm just... Marcus. Lucia! I'm Lucia. This is Marcus. His favorite soldier points to the armored man next to her, and you must be a Fatebinder. For under her helmet you hear an audible scoff. You've been assigned a babysit. Assigned your hospitality, Marcus quickly interjects, will remain on this favored ground. If you need a place to rest, you can make the necessary preparations. Marcus, tell me about yourself, bro. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign. I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Raven's Ash's protection made me good. I owe my life to him. You bragging that you let your guard down, took a spear to the gut. Really shouldn't boast about a filthy tearsman besting you in battle. Tia rolls her eyes. Here's better that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I would take this spear again if it brought honor to this favored. Eros knows we could use it. The elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this. She unenthusiastically lifts up her heavy shield. I do this. She mockingly stabs the air with her spear. She shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. An efficient reputation. Yeah, well. Goodbye.
Found something.
What I find? Level up parts. Whole 5% spell strength. Of course I'm gonna do. I think I'm most definitely gonna work on like magic. Bonus to lore skill, adds a spell breach, affliction, and thrust attacks. Also grants a bonus to magic skills for a short time. Next time, this powerful person exposes player. I don't think I really need lore right. We'll get that. Okay, I'm not done looking around the camp just yet. Isotanus! Great name. The Tanus curses the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Firing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft. Flies are spent. Wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. Take a beating, get bent back into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here. Is a pile of his work with tread. We always have plenty of tan and copper lying around. Supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, comes out soft. Look around camp. Carving the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. You can do that with bronze. Called the disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Treasure and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. Good stuff that comes from the smiths and list tossing. Mission iron shortage? Afraid so. Last shipment sent down to Matani went missing near Echo Call Crossing. I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tunon's responsibility. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Sutanus flinches and lowers his own. Ash doesn't want to cause a panic, passing any information to the Vendorian guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself in Echo Call, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, says the great general, more than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. You had boom to the war effort, our iron was recovered. You can trust me to handle this. Alright, I'm done talking. Show me words though. Earthshaker's staff. I'm not gonna be able to afford to get this. No. Abilities does this have? 15 crush. Okay. Oh, 5. Eric. You don't want to talk. Something purple. Garnet. Letty. Those probably just for selling. I'm about to meet my boss. Something. Someone I, work to. Hello.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. Large and imposing man, in with his profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeably where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting, bending naturally. You hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
I'll remain silent for now.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
Oh, Iron Marshal. My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. His favorite commander raises her voice, trying with little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we can table this discussion and let our guest speak?
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
The Archon of Secrets twirls his scepter in a twisting loop, his leather-wrapped hands flipping the heavy rod with an effortless flow. You hear the voices in your head. Can you hear us, Fatebinder? Cough if we have your attention. I cough.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
The voices of Neret tosses his scepter into the air, catching as he descends back down. You hear the voices in your head. Good, good. Now pay attention. You might miss something.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the Tearsmen, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
Darkon flips his scepter 3 times around, humming gleefully. Take care that you don't learn too much, Fatebinder. An excess of knowledge, curiosity even, can earn unwanted attention. Hold your tongue. I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. Commander's hand moves to the hilt of her blade, where the weapon stays sheathed. We do want us all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a head. Ithai. They bicker like children, do they not? Ithai's grating tenor pierces the tension in the tent, and all eyes land on the Crimson Sphere. I meant only to say welcome. Welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. The armor retainer bows with rushed inelegance and rises to a salute. Not a moment too soon. Cool. Governor Odysseus, long have we been honored by your iron. Now you're honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high of late. Diplomat, not the Archons. Apologies for the sudden entrance. Traveled long to be here.
Welcome, Firestarter. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival.
Lost with voices in
Chance
red.
you bring another of Kairos' edicts to savage the enemy?
I do.
We were worried you'd never make it. So glad that Drostus' demise didn't cause further delay.
The Archon of Secrets turns his attention to you. The frozen rictus fashioned to a bronze mask greets you with a permanent smile. How do you know about Drastus? I only just came from entering ruin. The Archon of Secrets chuckles softly, saying nothing.
The voices of Narod has all manner of eyes and ears. It's safer than not to assume he's listening.
I count bearing an edict of Kairos.
Once again, you bring us support in a time of need. We fondly remember your service to the chorus in the taking of the bastard city. We knew back then you were destined for great things. But we had not anticipated you would be twice honored with the task of proclamation. So, do not keep us waiting. What is the Overlord's will?
The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all in the valley shall perish. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth. As you pronounce the tensely phrased commandment, its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens, and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountains, feel renewed. Tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor. Oh, Jesus.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Matani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
The Archon of War taps a finger against his temple, while the rumble escapes from under its beard.
So, you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? A baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
The Archon of Secrets passes scepter from one hand to the next, chuckling softly, which toss. Watch him squirm. So many tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. Never see blood echo and a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He used the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brothers. Ribcage. Because that's how a real man deals with grief. Subterfuge,
I
obviously.
second the fate binder.
In fear
Thought
of
you had
Merce,
the
she's like,
memories
oh,
of one
what?
of those oathbreakers rattling about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kairos' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
Voice and rat. The Archon of Secrets turns his head to the side, till the face of his mask is turned around and a new facet of the mask presents itself as facing forward. When next the Archon speaks, the trembling voice of a younger man can be heard.
Our river was to be the bulwark, but with the tidecasters slain, what hope remains? It's so cold in here. Help me, please.
The Archon turns his head far to the side, till the previous facet of his mask now looks forward.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Matani, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile.
That voice, who was it?
That was Matani Yanev, former noble of Apex and one of the leaders of the Vendrian Guard. Back when they were half-respectable enemies that knew how to lose with dignity. When the Guard first surrendered, Yanev presented himself to us. What he knew, we now know.
And enough talking, there's work to be done. My lord, Barrick and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call salt plant. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. I will dispatch him at once. Marshal salutes, clapping her gauntlet to her breastplate. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign and win peace, as long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
The Archon twirls the scepter one last time, and taps the fifth eye on the shoulder to depart. See yourself, Fatebinder, the more you ignore us. I mean, I think I can take you in a fight.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
Short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. What of the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the Outer Valley.
Alright, I'd be honored to help. Our Marshal salutes Graven Ash, then turns to leave the tent. I'll be at the training grounds, readying the soldiers. Find me when you are ready. Pauses, clearing her throat. Though I'm loath to mention it, Horus can likely use your assistance. Certainly won't secure the Outer Valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp due east. Seek him out, if you must. Alright, time to start doing like side quests. Hey, can I talk to you again? Archon of War lets out a long sigh as he surveys the maps and models splayed about his desk. Glances over his shoulder, making brief eye contact with you, furrows his brow and turns back to his contemplation. When I received the missive that said the fire starter was coming to the well, I thought, at last we'll torture these fucking swine. But no. It's foolish to count on them. Hey, can you stop? Can you talk? Seeing as you provided this favored nearly a year of your life ensuring that Lithian's Crossing turns out iron for our war effort, I suppose a little banter is the least I owe you. What's on your mind? The regiment here in Vendron's Well is small, even by disfavored standards. Its conquest has us spread thin. Every league we conquer must be held. I issued the call to assembly, but most of the cohorts remain trapped across the mountains. No bother, won't be the first time I've had to do much with little. What became of the warriors who left garrison this region years ago? I too have questions about that. Archon inhales sharply, his posture becoming defensive. Old blue eyes stare at you with an unblinking intensity. I have reason to believe that when the garrison was taken, his favored were slain not by the Oathbreakers. Though I know it's in my bones, I cannot prove the voices in Rat is at fault. What is your reason to believe such a thing? It is well known that I can protect my soldiers from harm, even if they are beyond my sight. It is less known that I sense every cut, every kill, every illness. No harm to my soldiers escapes my notice. Pretty fucking good. Of the warriors posted at the Vendron's Well Citadel, only 2 were slain in the uprising. But a few others died later, and horrible, painful magic was involved. My son was one of those who died under such unusual circumstances. Tearsmen have customs against killing prisoners. I expect your warriors to be slain in the heat of battle, but not after. Do they? I suppose I am guilty of paying little heed to what these hillfolk believe. This makes it all the more troubling they died when they did. I need to consider what you have told me. Let us speak of something else. Why is conquering a few lowly Tearsmen so impossible a task? I mean, I have the favor. It is not for lack of trying. Earlier in the year, when the chorus were still gathering up the valley, I launched a raiding party to head straight for the Citadel. They never made it past the Matani River. With no disfavored survivors, and no chorus scouts with eyes on the situation, I know very little of what occurred, only that they died quickly. You tell me you're carrying the late Archon of Stone. Should have known sooner. His heart swayed from Kairos. I need to split our forces, send him to Azure while I tackled Stalwart, but that was a mistake. Without me looming near, he must have felt free to live out his traitorous dreams. Why so fucking cool? Aaron only served us because death was the alternative. He did not admire the unity and progress that Kairos brings. While I suspect chorus agents may have whispered treachery in Karen's ear, I think it wholly possible Karen fell into disloyalty by his own volition. What became of Karen's disciples, the Earthshakers? You know what? Let's speak of something else. Your distrust of the voice of Narat is plain as day. How did this antipathy begin? All rivalry is an old one. The voice of Narat served Kairos before I did. He hates me for being so roughly the same status in the eyes of the Overlord, despite being the younger Archon selected to lead an army through the tears. This war seems to have brought out the worst in us. We've disagreed on strategy at every turn. If I have my history right, he used to fight against Narat. It's true. There was a time before I was the Archon of War, a time when I took arms against the Overlord. At the time, the Voice in Rat was among those invading the lands I called home. So too was Blood Echo, the previous Archon of War. My warriors and I ambushed and killed the old Archon of War, but the larger campaign was lost and we had to surrender. Powers awarded me the honor of being the next Archon of War. The Voice in Rat wanted me for his slave pens, with some equally terrible fate. So yes, he and I have a long history. Alright.
On it.
I'm just gonna loot your place. Thank you.
It's all in the reflexes.
You just look. Oh yeah, I forgot my. I forgot I can't do like game thing, but. Nope, doesn't help. Okay, I'll try to look. Now I get it. WS. Firestarter, our schemes once again cross. Welcome to this favorite camp. I'm Sevius, or Sevius the Younger. We served in the Venom Citadel together to be Fox Juice. Maybe South Forest returning for leadership selection to one giant civil war. Asking that Earthshaker where the reinforcements have gone. I will lend a hand. I don't really want to read anymore. I'm just gonna kind of guess what I need to pick. Oh well. Iron Marshal. I will assist.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive.
An honor.
Likewise, good Binder.
Beric, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
I don't believe we've been acquainted.
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom, much less remember the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. That might be good.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
Yeah, he's gonna be joining me. Oh god. Penalty of Barry. Baller. Third person right there. Okay, I think I'm ready to move on. Okay, let's get strength. Okay, might want that one. Oh. One hand. Garbage. With this bow. It's the same stuff. What these? Skirmish, defense, deflection. No, I'm gonna give deflection to the frontliner. Shield. It's 19 appearing plus 8 endurance. Yeah, dude, this is way better. Recovery's plus 7. Oh, which is worse. Worse. Frankly, hold on, I want you to have that. And I'm going to that. First one, people holding a large amount of magic link. Okay. Probably just sell these. Want more sigils. Already know the sigil. Well. Man, did you have any? Ah, yeah, so saving your hide was worth. Well, naturally, there's his throat. His face showing a flash of a scowl. One good deed deserves another. Well, when I have shot the supervision song, give you proper. For that, you're saying up a second time. I'd like to see your wares. Sing it. This bridge. Rage, frightened, and terrified. Cool. I don't have the money for that. Okay, we'll go to Scarlet Chorus Camp because it's on the way to Echo Call. It's still far too. 12 hours. Pass is blocked by a small group of Vendrian Guard. Can go no further until you deal with them. Guys have been ambushed.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
One's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under their loose-fitting traveler's garb, and their was festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. Flanked on the other side of warriors dressed in Vendrian garb regalia, the woman moves on her elaborate blade, staff, pulsing arc and energy, swath blue fabric, breast draped. Huh?
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
I'll buy
As
it.
is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
He's dead.
I see. That is as I feared, but thank you for telling me all the same. I prefer closure to wishful thinking. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
He's dead.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have some questions.
We shouldn't be socializing with
Hey,
Oathbreakers.
Barrick, shut the fuck up.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
How did you and your friends overthrow the garrison?
I would joke that the voices of Narat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the tiers. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled.
Why do you resist Kairos? What are you trying to save?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tiersman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
The Younger Realms are beset with constant battle. You prefer that to Kairos' order?
You make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the Younger Realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered Beastman tribes.
Beastmen aren't people, simple. But regardless, I'll be right back. Only your daughters are really free in the tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality?
There's freedom, then there's trusting idiots with power. Give a man 1,000,000 marauders, he'll lose sleep worrying over his neighbor's 1,000. I prefer my realms ruled by the braver sex. For centuries, we've left the lands to the women and the seas to the men. And we did plenty fine until Kairos came around.
Makes you think you have a chance.
Oh, we don't. Those who believed Kairos could be stopped all died years ago, in the first wave of fighting. It's not about the hope of victory. It's about the hope of inspiring others. It is very likely we will fall here in Vendrian's Well. But perhaps others will arise elsewhere.
But a mage like you would not be the subject of such superstition fear under Kairos'
I
reign.
doubt life is any better sworn to some mad Archon. I'd rather stand with my fellow Tearsmen. Or, I suppose, stand immediately behind them in the event of an attack.
At that remark, the soldiers flanking her exchange shocked looks. Eb turns her focus to her compatriots.
Yeah, you heard me. Way things were years back, you'd all be calling me a water witch and conspiring to sell me out to the nearest sage. Just because I'm helping you stop Kairos doesn't mean I've forgotten the hospitality of ages past.
And people wonder why the Tearsmen could never unite in time to fight back. It's refreshing to see that some things never change.
Let me ask something else. Who's in charge?
Listen to you. Thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tears, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendrian Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity.
Did you kill any of disfavored prisoners with magic?
That's some sort of trick question? No, we don't kill prisoners, magic or otherwise. Yes, Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously.
That's all.
Fair enough. But now a question. The edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the edict. What was it?
Do I tell her? Because if they think they have a deadline to live up to, would it weaken them? Would it steal their resolve? She would know it's making us probably desperate. Such details are for us only.
So you will not say. I expected as much. Can it be worse than endless storms or fire pouring from the earth? Not that you'd answer that either. I've another question for you.
What?
Are we really standing here and chatting with
That's a question.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tears were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. Seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's Fatebinders can smell truth from falsehood?
No.
Thanks for that. I could see why you'd want to foster the mystique all the same. The School of Tides would always tell commoners we didn't know how to summon drinkable water. Once they find out, you can't eat in peace. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
It varies based on the wording of the proclamation. Kairos provides a clause allowing the edict to end, and that clause can be satisfied.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon.
Why don't you like this blanket? No.
And one more mildly self-indulgent question, but I simply must know. Kairos, male or female?
I don't even know.
Really? You don't know either? You work for the Overlord, but you don't know if she, or he, has an innie or an outie?
No, I don't know, but I have it on good authority the Imperial harem is stocked with both.
Well, that's perhaps the best answer I've heard to date. Thank you for sating my sexual curiosity. You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by House and Guild.
No problem, Ed.
In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable...
Now strike her down.
I got it.
Treasure here? Treasure here.
Can't do that.
Garbage. Soldier's arm at the bottom of the water. Get over there. Can't even see my mouse. Yeah, let me continue.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Oh. Let's get out of here. What are you guys doing? Quiet shiv. It proves everything. The warrior slams her fists together in a resounding clap. Like, for instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Behind her, the members were getting postured with weapons held at the ready. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. Of course, warrior looks to his gang, giving them a quick nod. He's right. It could happen. Not until Fifth Eye starts the mustering chant, we ain't got nowhere to be. Gestures to the gang across from her. Now's our chance to have it out before things get serious. It's a problem. The problem here, Lord Binder, she tosses his blade in the air, catching a smile on the way down. Captain Fuckwit here seems he's about to balk from his challenge. Thinks just because he used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. Spits on the ground, looking up the scow. I'm calling him out, because the way I see it, his orders ought to follow me, not this new blood. Captain Fuckwit was my father. Fuckwit will do just fine. Warrior points at the opposing gang. We have to prove our strength to do so happily. But I'll have your hands and feet removed and the rest of you kept for my own use. Wait, who would I be joining? I don't want to get a wager on this fight. I could use a few rings. Why not? Might as well win a string as I get her and take her gang. Spits a wad of blackish fragrance trot towards quiet Jim's feet. Sharpfish's grin across the face. Welcome to try. My bet's on Shivershank. 5 bronze. Party has lost 5 copper. Soldier offers a quick, solemn nod. Come, who of you will be the first to meet my blade? The gang leader tosses your knife from one hand to the next. Come on, Shiver! Oh. Who are you? I mean, I won though, right? And bronze dagger. Well, that wasn't really worth it. Anyhow. Guard places her hand on her belt as you approach, gripping the hilt of her blade. Past this point, it's Cora's territory, and you don't look like someone's conscript. Sure you're in the right place? I'm always in the right place. Guard tends to stop blocking eyes with you. That walking hunk of rust. What's she maybe doing here? Step in close and push her down. LOL. Before she can draw her blade, you advance, place your foot behind hers, and give her a stiff shove on the shoulder. Caught off balance, she tumbles backwards, triggering an outburst of laughter in the other guard. Can't believe you sassed the Fatebinder. Such a stupid ponce. Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? Guard waves you with a smile. Come on in. Don't let that ninny shitter's camp give you any guff. Raquel. Lantry. Death Knell. You. As much as an accusation as a question, the broad-shouldered woman shakes her head with a scowl. So, you're Tunon's Fatebinder. I was expecting something more impressive. Bows in spite of her misgivings. Death Knell, Scarlet Fury. My time is yours so long as it amuses me. Fighter effortlessly spins a bronze sword about in her hand. Let's get one more thing clear. Stick to your words and law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. First would just be a tripping hazard to those of us having a proper bit of carnage sport. Got enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. Other horde recruits seem good for of late is piling in a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. She hums low to herself and puts her sword side to side with several deft flicks of her wrist. Keeps up. We'll have to toughen recruitment standards again. We need recruiting, swelling. Yeah, I don't know where that be. Be convinced them. Maybe all these things to idea. Road settlement. Insult me again, I'll bury that blade in your belly before you can scream. Okay, they love it. Feels surprised. Please laugh at your threat. Tapping the flat of the blade against her thigh, she pants her neck until it audibly cracks. Maybe there's something more to you Fatebinders after all. What were you expecting? Just tell me more. Just give me this, just give me the cliff notes. Farewell. Loot. More loot. 7. Oh, can I lock this?
Have a look here.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Elros. Hail, Fatebinder of Tunon. His favorite officer pounds a heavy dollar against his chest and a stiff for one ring. Right, betting a superstitious man, I say fortune must favor me today. Not. Pleased to meet you all the same. What brings you here? Everything to report? What do you mean? Lost favor of the Scarlet Cross or in favor of disfavor? Okay. I'm not just here to keep a stay on the Oathbreakers. They give far too much freedom after stripping. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insight regarding proper strategy and request stock of troops from our martial artists for reinforcements if needed. If they won't listen to me, why are you stationed here? Oh, maybe I should actually do them. Nah. Goodbye. Fine. Did I not open that over there? $0.40. Rouge. Oh, that one's gonna be a while, huh? Stuff over there too. How did you do that? First looks at you with a quizzical expression. You what? Back in the Archon's war tent. You cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it, how Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the sieges on fortress. That was impressive work. That was me, alright. Well, call me impressed, considering that you've read the words Kairos more than once. I'm surprised that you're even allowed to tell it. Vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, it's just worth recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's fate binder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. Going places, and I want to see where they lead. That's enough. Singular Dagos. Oh, this is Mark. How do I know if I have these? Who has this? So I can sell this frost one. No. Five. Okay. No, for now. With I. Uh-huh. First, you're getting your warriors ready for battle. They ever think you can't control your horde and that many are defecting back to the Vendarian Guard. Yes, that's the rest of the wave. I'll speak to the prisoner. Scroll, I read it. And then gain more. Let's look out here first. Show me. Open it. Rouge 37. This has gone up. Party. Aggressive. Let's see how it goes. Just have it. Okay. Good dancer. Yeah, okay.
I'd have it no other way.
Please, someone. I wish to bow before the voices in the rat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. The woman in the makeshift armor of the Vendarian Guard lurches forward in agony. Soiled, trembling legs suggest she has been forced to stand for days. This one, he flippantly waves at the prisoner, was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendarian Guard encampment. She isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing. The prisoner turns pale a moment before a look of determination comes over her face. I wanted a guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just have to kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Vendarian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you would disvalue your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? As I went to live, you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. Blinked several times, catching your breath. Chaos is the new strength of tears, and I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Should I trust the words of the Oathbreaker? Suppose I have no answer for that, but as I fall to ground, she swallows nervously. When I joined with the Baron Guard, I accepted the broken vow unto myself. You not felt passion for a foolish cause. Tell me what you know. I heard the chorus is looking for the Captain Pilox Foreign and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. Turns her head, taking a long look at skewered and swollen corpses around her. She tugs at her strength, but to no avail. Do I want to increase my subterfuge or my athletics? Probably subterfuge. You're lying. Why don't you tell me exactly what you know and I'll see about saving you? Well, you see, shaken by your demand, her lips move wordlessly for several seconds. I don't know exactly what this reliquary is, but tell you, she shakes her head, catching her breath. Search that one. Reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpses. Dark one, messing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of firemen yoinked the boot of the fallen guardsman. The little parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into Fifth Eye's hands. He unfurls the scroll to give it a read. It's nonsense. You're smash of words. Laughter erupts from under the mask. She said she had information. She gives us garbage. Say this wretched for wasting our time. Snaps his fingers at a nearby Scarlet Fury, who promptly snatches a long knife from her belt. I heard her say she'd swear fealty to the forces in her rat. An initiation rite would be in order. Seeing as you're the expert on the subject of fate, I'll entertain your wisdom on the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? Going to the other two prisoners. Let's test her loyalty. Rhea, kill these guardsmen with something blunt. Rhea looks at the prisoners, once her allies, and closes her eyes as her bonds are untied. The onlookers snicker and cheer when a heavy rock is placed in her hands. Mouthing something inaudible, she lifts the rock high above her head and smashes it down on the prisoner's skull. Wincing back, a scream as she hoists the stone over her head, taking time to finish job on the other prisoner. Bloody rock hits the ground and Vraz slumps to her knees in defeat. And later, cat was on the stopping it. Good, good. Fifth Eye places his bloody hand on the trembling woman's shoulder and nods to her. Welcome to the Scarlet Chorus. We're not to fail us. So if a pair of soldiers come to lift Rhea, the Fifth Eye turns to you, his voice filled with glee. The slave to clean up the offal when you need it. Ha ha. We're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answers, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
Voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Rhea, an older gentleman with the quills, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds in the sages of the school of ink quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rips of the fabric spot burn scars along his arms. Despite being emancipated and tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. I'll read the parchment for myself. You then roll the parchment and see a message of modest length written professional a bit hasty penmanship. Persons speak the Canto just like the Northerners. They have a half-dozen different ways of writing it. This particular script is unknown to you. Can you read this?
Let me see. I can't.
He reads in silence.
I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
Oh, Lynch. A few hours. Either you can read it or you cannot. Reese is a sage that doesn't know his letters. I've heard all I need to hear, so we have some fun with this one. Can't hurt to give him a few hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you the Sundial is working against us. This idle old bag is trying to stall us. Voices in Rat will be upset to know you squandered a source of enemy intelligence. How true. You shan't put him to waste. Shall serve as the most riveting source of amusements. Put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Fine. But I'll be his champion. This one needs to live.
Good. I like it when Tunon's puppies get their paws dirty.
Oh,
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
In favor with... Okay. Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? Raising his arms to the sky, the fifth eye roars for all nearby to hear. Trial by combat is upon us. The sage is unbound from the post. Stiff legs nearly buckle as he attempts to walk, and his arms flex and flail in a new freedom. Wiping sweat. Can't. They got this worked up to fight the enemy. Venture the war will be over by now. In the chant of gathering, the words now tonight's entertainment will soon commence. Brothers and sisters, who amongst you sets the stand for strength? Who amongst you will help win out the weak from the strong? Ithai waves his hands in the air, drawing in a gathering. Our claimants have been assembled. Kill them. I'm totally passing area. Back guard for a short while for the confuse them off guard.
Don't know about you, but I feel like...
Smash to pieces!
Let's do it, you and me!
You did it. By the righteous shedding of blood, we have found our answer. Regrettably, it appears the sage is worthy of leaving our camp alive. Ithai offers a short, mocking battle entry. Custom set forth by the voice of Narat, we're free to go, old man. Brag to your grandkids that you fell foul of the chorus, yet lived to tell the story. That was fun. Warriors almost put up a good fight. It really is bloodletting weather, is it not? The conscripts need to see more warriors or your skill in action. I thank you for the lesson you have given the camp. But I die tired of that post. Sage looks down at his rope-worn wrists in disbelief. Now hand me that parchment, I'm certain I can decipher it. Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I can make out the important parts of the text, though it makes mention of a meeting spot west of Tripnettle. The old sage knows his words after all. I ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. We'll strike at first sight of the chorus gang, perhaps they'll parley if he was the face they see. I know the area, and I suggest we go at once, show you the way, and make it to be far from the stench of this camp. Something's amiss. There's a lot of fighting for an old scholar. Now you're offering to join this expedition. I've met sages every bit as cutthroat as hardened gang bosses. They act that part of dying scribes to Don't let that fool you. Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting, but I'm not with the oath breakers, if that's what you're fishing at. I worked for them under duress, but I've still no love for them. I'm not about to pledge the course. I'm disfavored one to have me. Still, consider myself a Kairos-fearing vassal of the Overlord's Empire all the same. For as long as I've been a sage, I've been trained to defend myself. I don't spend all our time binding books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries, we've been in a quiet war with the School of Tides and the School of Wild Wrath. Can't travel alone as much as I do and not know the Bronze Dance. And you won't be a parchment... So you won't be a parchment weight during a fight? Good to know. Oh no, I'd like to think I'm worth at least 3 or 4 angry peasants in a fight. Introductions? My apologies, I guess we skipped past that part. Sage Lantry, formerly of the Vellum Citadel, now of, well, nowhere, I guess. Why are you coming in? As if the element is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire, there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed an edict of Kairos. You fool to let someone else write your story. You want to chronicle me? That's weird. Fine, let's go. Done here, let's hightail to Trip Nettle. Okay, I got loot though. Still can't open that. Did I even talk to these guys? Oh, look who we have here, showing on some manner of good. Heavy set soldier flings spittle and crumbs as she talks. Pathfinder really finally shows himself. I'm Rage. Second soldier chimes in. Mrs. Baz, we were wondering when you might pay the camp a visit. If I has a little starved for attention. You order us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Baz knits her fingers together and joins her crackling as she smiles. Rage clears his throat loudly, scowling at Baz. Something like that. If you have any questions, ask us. Good luck finding an Alton camp, we'll give you answers. Smile. Is there anything we can do for you? Oh, you're about yourself. As a sellsword with beck and call, I don't care. You have any like quests for me though? You free the spire? Aye, sorry, Feebrider, should have mentioned anything. Straight. Okay. I think I'm done here. For now. Got that job for Death Knell. Ultimate settlement. Do I do these now or do I do them later? That's the thing, right? It's gonna take me 3 hours to even get there. Now, before we missives, Odysseus, word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Although we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you showed in its declaration. If you survive this span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Freebind or Archon, have the ability to rise to the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the northern courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions made. Choose wisely. Thank you. Nice. Continue on, let me express my deep appreciation for this. First qualification. Yeah, this might be bad for me, but I'm gonna send this. Back to spellcrafting. Frozen Grasp. I will look at accuracy to it. And damage. Update it. I might as well do it really. Not that one. Range. Time though, that sounds pretty. Okay, that one. Fire. Range. It's only gonna be for a couple more seconds. I'll do accuracy for that. And then damage. Questions. False hit. As is. Okay. Interesting. Search for this. This is for enemies are near me. Jolt. Damage. See what. Sign. Bam. Got another spell. Then Tour. This faithful health is all you'll attempt to use gifted moments. Have to revive them with second breath. Okay. He's the healer of the team. So yeah, let's have him do that. Look at this. You guys. Fake limp. Reinforcements, finally. And this way, we need to Horsewire pumps his tattooed arm and salutes midway through the gesture. A look of confusion dawns across his painted face. Sister Verse, what did I do to deserve such a helping hand? Chuckle escapes the man before he shudders, placing a hand over his mouth. At once alert of the need to remain quiet, his voice drops to a harsh whisper. Ithai has a sense of humor, sending you. You know each other? One used to run with my pack until he left for Death Nail's gang. Those swine didn't even have the guts to fight me for the right to leave. He just packed up and left with his coward's tail between his fat legs. A wise move at that. How many have you lost in your command so far? He holds up a hand, stifling a smile. I misspoke. You only got most of them killed. They're allowed death by their own incompetence. Seems Death Nail didn't take my advice and have yielded to curb your outbursts. Her straws or blades in a fluid motion. Flex their to grab fake limp by the neck. Apologize, now. Swift, confident stride, he advanced on fake limp. Grab his neck before he can step away. Stance wobbles as you clench down his throat. Press his arms against you, desperate to push you away. At last, he tears himself away from your grip, gasping for air and clutching at his throat. I'm sorry, Mr. Swift. I did not mean any disrespect. Of course you did. Couldn't care less. Just know this, you're not good enough to do it to my face. He sniffs and glares at him. Clean yourself up. Apologies. I've been in the field for weeks, answering no one. Forgotten my place. The camp is just yonder, points to the northeast. We've kept an eye on them for the last couple of days. Some of them left a few hours ago, looking for food, maybe out on patrol. They haven't returned yet. Might be why to strike now while they're divided. How'd you find this place? Happy accident of sorts. Points east towards the mountains. We're up in the mountains with orders to keep the Oathbreakers in. Keep any would-be allies out of the valley. Strangest thing happened. Tremor hits the pass, and the tremors lasted a bit, so I figured they were magical, but there weren't no sign of Earthshakers or anybody. No, really, how'd you find this place? Nobody else in the chorus knew where this camp was. Okay. Lost two of my gang in the mountains. We've been half rations for days until we get larger contingent and all the waiting fight against restart. Now you're here, I figure my game will hold back and keep an eye on trouble, maybe swoop in if things get messy. Too crowded to fight? I see how it is. Yes, haha. Some laughter is followed by a roll of his eyes. If I'm to throw away the lives of my gang, I will pursue something far more grandiose and profitable. My gang and I will work nearby. When we make a move, we'll send help with capturing Florian. Or I'll let the others know you did the heavy lifting. I'll cheat at battle, but not with my reputation.
Spotted something.
Good job spotting this. Is that Titans? I think that's gonna go to him. Maybe. Send control life. So crush. I mean, technically give it me, but I don't want it. I'll give it to him as a backup if he ever wants it. He's locked in. His armor is fused to him. He's not going anywhere. How does he poop? How does he go to the bathroom? I don't even know. I don't think it's feasible for him. That was pretty huge. Rivers. Seeker. This goes up. Seeker. It's down. Boots. Want this? Congratulations, you armor. Collection.
I see as the crow flies.
Your days end here!
do.
Time to change weapons.
On it.
For the Queen!
Smash to pieces!
See that?
Good job, team. Hey, gang.
Curious.
Wait, I did that?
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I mean, I'm kind of like worried. Yeah. Is he not wearing pants? Or underwear? Look at that. Yeah. That's some decency.
Found something.
Ah! Good thing I heal outside of like combat, you know? Can I just break this?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for like treasure right now. Why is everyone higher level than me?
Slow down. Let's take a closer look.
Cheese? Hell yeah, dude. Love cheese. Really use that cheese I have really bad though. I mean, sure, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I ate moldy cheese, but man, I don't think I should really like make that a point of rule, you know? How do I get into there? Over here. There's loot over there. I'm gonna get.
On the lookout.
What's the button? See? Left alt or right alt?
They won't see me coming. What have we here?
Let's be off.
Yeah. The Overlord's peons have arrived, blades up, falcons in hand and ready for battle. The Valendrian Guard Captain bells orders to the warriors in his camp. Dressed in tarnished bronze and sporting countless scars across his arms, Felix Florian towers over his peers. If you value your life, drop everything and flee, or stand and fight. Happy with that option too. It seemed unswearing for me to suggest it. That's my nicest blue flag back to camp. I'd like to talk all the same. What to talk? Florian looks in either directions at his soldiers, gauging their reactions. Fine, speak your mind. Try anything funny and I'll run my falcons clear up your backside until you taste bronze. I'm gonna lie. Every time. Graven Ashley may inquire about the disfavor taken captive during the uprising. You did? Hey, Barrick, shut the fuck up. I'm doing a play. Quiet down, oaf. Them? He regards you with a puzzled look. Captain Tarkus would know more. I've been in the field for quite some time. Lifts an eyebrow, sizing up. Sure, you know we don't kill prisoners, but I can't give you a better answer than that. We have your brother Tyrell and his band, most of his band, sent through Edgering. Reverend Ash wants one Pelux for another. Tyrell's alive. His eyes widen in surprise as he shuffles his stance. Is he well? Well enough? Do you have proof that he's alive? I asked if he had a message to send, and he swore at me and called me a Kairos cockswan. Yeah, that's it. I knew it. My life can purchase that of my crew, my brothers, and his warriors. Taps his finger on his chin, narrowing his eyes as he sizes you up. Vanderin Guard Captain inhales deeply, taking a quick survey of his soldiers as he exhales slowly. I will do it. If you allow my soldiers to leave, I will concede and agree to be your prisoner. Surrender and the rest of your crew may leave. You hear that? Go on and tell the crew back home that I'll return soon, and if not... Captain turns his gaze towards you. Well, if that happens, I trust you'll all avenge me. If this fate binder speaks truth, I don't. I'll be back soon. I'll even bring back a souvenir, severed head of the voices in a rat. Say her farewell. I mean, I could also just kill them all. I mean, I got my lore out of the way. I got my subterfuge out of the way. Now I can be like, nah, you're dead. I'm feeling charitable. Say your farewells. You come with me. Each warrior in turn approaches Florian, braces, and readies to depart with a silent nod. The warriors have said their goodbyes. They hoist the rucksacks and depart.
Of course.
Shiny tenderizer, one-handed. Okay, dude, this is for my boy. You get this. 100%. He's even better at parrying. Champion. What's this? The recovery, deflection precision goes down. Guess I'll give it to my guy. Yes.
Can't do that.
Let's go talk to... Striding into camp at the tail end of a sprint, Scarlet Chorus warriors begin to speak with stumbles forwards, bracing himself short of collapse as he catches his breath. More on the way. His words roll out between their breaths. Patrol from this morning, coming back. Look at that, Miles, an exhausted grin through his heavy breathing. Captain is in one piece. This was requested. Voices will be pleased. Wait, the voices will be pleased? I thought I was going to see General Ash. This wasn't part of... Captain's lip curls into a sneer. I should have fucking known better. I mean, you should have. I don't know what to tell you, man. Captain looks down at his feet. A slow smile creeps over his face. You haven't won just yet. Second patrol should be returning right about now. You can tackle the incoming patrol. My gang and I will make sure this Oathbreaker sees the voices in the rat. Warrior sleeps you with a wicked smile. Good hunting with you, Binder. The Archon of Secrets will be most pleased. I didn't agree to intercept the patrol. Okay. Oh, they're waiting for me. That's pretty good. Hold on, though. I found like a thing I wanna Okay. Eh. Barrack. Don't need it to be barrack. Scroll contains a magical accent which fuses the cores of frost and fire together. Huh? Expression. Fine. 60. Frozen and Magefire Affliction. Bro, when I get my lore high enough, I'm definitely gonna do this. Which means I should start learning to control fire as well. I mean, I kind of already am with the burns thing. That's good. That's good. So.
I got it.
No. Guys.
On it.
To battle! Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
I don't have.
Bleed out, you little shit!
Oh, I'm sorry.
On it.
I seem to be unwell.
I fell. Help. Old man! Old man, help me. I was trying to like stuff. Oh, never mind, the old man dead.
Fall before me!
Alright, I want to keep working on spell strength. Grants additional spell slots. Interesting. Yeah. Additional armor? Yeah.
On it.
Right, let's get out of here. Another crossing. Oh, get. You dead.
Sorry, I can't. Affirmative.
Bronze Brew.
Right. Have a look here. Heads up, we have company.
Okay, well, first off, shield on myself. Then I heal. Go here. Let me get this guy.
Right.
Now let's hit this guy.
On it.
Get up, damn you!
You son of a bitch!
That's how it's done.
I hit a spell for. It's healing. Especially not. Oh.
They never had a chance. Not a problem, boss. Did I always have this much blood?
I'm not built for...
Get him!
I'm not dead yet.
Where did all this blood come from?
I need more armor. You're there, you're not with the Oathbreakers. Might be, honestly. You're telling me they didn't drop any loot? Hold
Can't
on.
do that.
No.
Can't do that.
Fatebinder, how fortuitous. The Oathshaker pounds his chest in salute. For us, I mean. Sadly not for the Oathbreakers. Burke quirks the right side of his mouth as he bays the carnage you have left behind. Whether intended or not, we're indebted to your help. You speak with Commander Ironcore. Tremors fingers, the Earthshaker pushes his hood back on his sweaty forehead. Glances once to the group of weary batter mages behind him before meeting your eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to do, as I am a mage in charge of the circle. Earthshaker Hellspar at your service. Where's the rest of you? Was part of your squad killed or otherwise separated? Aye, the Oathbreakers felled Brisindar before we could erect the barricade. Our circle alone was all Master Redux could feasibly spare. We're here, and though wayworn, we're ready to help. What do you mean all I could spare? Did Ash not order your entire guild's return from Azure? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it's not a matter of expect you to understand. We absolutely cannot abandon Cairn to the Stone Sea. Nostrils flare and mild ire. As we've only recently located him and are in process of constructing a fort to guard his remains, we cannot spare another mage, especially now when the beast tribe that flocked to Cairn in his final days is becoming increasingly territorial and contentious. The Redex refused Ash's orders. I'm not of a rank to make such sweeping evaluations. The other shaker stumbles slightly over his words. I'd say he interpreted them in his own manner, to the best of his judgment, rather than outright refusing them. He's an Iron Guard, after all. His favorite high command. His decisions, though difficult to make as they may be, will certainly embolden our routing to the tiers. Not if your general and his entire army are dead. He chokes, and the Usurkers behind him gather closer, remembering his surprise amongst themselves. One of them, a woman with wispy, morsed hair, slaps him on the back so hard, shockwaves tremble through you and into the mountainous past. If they what? He gasps for breath. How? The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. If we don't take the well by Kairos' Day of Swords, everyone here will die, including Ash. Well, clearly Master Radix was unaware of the severity of the situation. He glances worriedly to the other mages in his circle, as they all visibly absorb the meaning of everyone here in the range of affliction. Had we known, surely the guild would have come in full force. Regardless, looks like you're all we've got. Report to Cavius at the Sphere camp. I'll have further orders for you there. Taking nod and even Shaker salutes. The Earthshaker gathers his circle closer together, murmuring and perhaps chanting in hushed tones. Mages march towards the valley. You here, back to here, here. So that's what I'll do. Well, that just went up. They won't mind if I just
Can't do that.
take all of it, right? Just help myself.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
As you step into the center of the village, you feel as if you're being watched from all angles. The distant patter of feet echo off the walls of the small and seemingly deserted village. No need to hide, no desire to fight, merely to talk. Wind beams on the rooftop to the north creaks under someone's weight. He rustles behind you. I've come to offer you redemption with the Scarlet Chorus. I'm doing my best to try and save you all. Feel free to help me with that endeavor. Voice bellows from the rooftop with a cackle. Go home, to you, Overlord. Sorry, friend, but you won't be leaving here in one piece. Send your head back north. I want your folks to see what happens to those who invade our lands. Let's focus our attention on this much. You just do what you do best.
I got it.
Wait up,
I know. You get up here.
you little shit.
I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
Fall before me.
On it.
Looking the bronze tip of her blade, Scarlet Fury strolls in view with a smug smile, flanked by an entourage of soldiers. Not bad, I have piled up the same number of corpses in half the sword strokes, but, well, where are my mans? One not to criticize help so generously given. Sweeps her arms wide and exaggerated mocking bow. My deepest and sincerest gratitude for getting those vending pissants in my place. Now you step forth to reveal yourself? No, Fury, you're a coward. Perhaps when you're older you'll figure out that coward is just a word people use to badger idiots into doing dangerous work. By the by, well done on surviving this violent mess. How very brave of you to even try. The Oathbreakers were but a warm-up. Step closer so I can knock that grin off your face. Whoa now! Fury holds up a scarred hand in protest. No need to break any bones over it. You're friggin' pissed taking up with Death Nail. Was there a plan? Not mine. She wets her chapped lips before continuing. Look, then, I'll tell everyone how badly you slapped around the Oathbreakers, okay? You did us a real favor, and you deserve to have your glory touted. And with that, she nods curtly and sheathes her blade, by an end to the exchange. Now, I'm here for the loop, so... let's get out of here. I think my subterfuge is high enough to get that treasure over there. I can just look. 42, 44, I think it was 47, so it's not. Death now, hey! Hey, Binder, definitely nods in your direction. Now, what do you need? A puncher. You gain Wrath, Scarlet Shores. One step stride, you close the distance between the two and land a punch squarely in your stomach. The force of it knocks her back a pace, causing her to take a knee. It lets out a few coughs before regaining her composure and standing back up. You or any force member try anything like that again, I'll put you on a spike myself. Scarlet Fury nurses her stomach and applies a strain on her voice. Make a note to watch my step around the fake binder of Tunon. Before she walks away, she takes one of her swords and gives it a once-over before tossing it into your hands. Good punch. Hey, Mariah. Rose blade nods to a distant stare. Okay. Salvaros. Vittles. Vittles, pale and wide-eyed. The scarlet chorus Kromstuk takes slow, deep breaths as he shuffles with nervous energy. As soon as your eyes meet his, he looks away in a panic, bowing his head and turning his body aside. What's your name, lad? Couldn't mean me, could you, Captain? Turns face on you but refuses to meet your gaze. Cheeks tinged red, his body tenses, his chest puffing forward even as he stammers and stumbles over his reply. Walden. Ma named me Walden because she knew I'd be as tall as mountains. But here they only call me Vittles. Do I even want to know why they call you that? Face burns hotter as he grits his teeth together before answering. This Two-Tooth says he'll feed me to the beast if I don't always do what he wants. New to the chorus, Captain is a Saturn and Carlos armies have commanders, and I'm neither. I shouldn't be here. His eyes widen as his voice rises to a near yell. Of course, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm not like these people. He looks out at the camp. I'm going to die here. Or at least I hope I die here as soon as... And to think I made a vow to the Archon of Secrets. Only death can release you from your pledge. In that case, he puffs up his chest as he faces his flesh red. I ask that you release me from my vow. Feeling generous today, I'll give you some pointers. Pointers, Captain? He scratches back his head, confused. What sort? Strike him, playfully at first. Come on, raise your fist and defend yourself. I'll show you how to survive, and maybe later, how to kill. He takes the first hit, but manages to avoid the next. Surprisingly deft despite his gangliness and timidity. Best if I don't, Master Fatebinder ducks his head shyly. I don't think Two-Tooth would like it none if you saw me training. I've taken enough licks from him to last me the rest of my lifetime. Strike him harder. Do not let your guard down. Strike back and watch your leg work. The scramble and a surprised yelp barely dodges the third of your blows, the first two knocking him backwards on his feet. Panting, he regains himself, avoiding your exaggerated and slow strikes until he swells enough confidence to punch back. Takes him a while, but eventually he lands a decently hard hit. Strike him harder still. Again. In favor with Bleed and Mark, gain Wrath with Scarlet Chorus. In Mark. He cringes, tenses reflexively from the source strike, but does better against the next one and the next, eventually avoiding most and managing to return a fist or a boot in a few times to allow for an opening. He throws all of himself into the training, courage improving until he's left panting and exhausted and newly bruised, his thin woolen shirt drenched to his back in sweat. Eventually, he wipes the matted bangs from his eyes and offers a grateful grin. I won't forget my training, Master Fatebinder. Keep fighting and struggling, and I'll get stronger, till there isn't nobody can push me around. With a final nod, he totters stiffly away. You too. Hey man, I was training your guy. Definitely some new faces here. Looking to visualize you up as approach, doesn't appear impressed. Night Yowl. The young beastman stands in the shadows of an enormous beast woman whose stature still manages to loom over you, even in their crouched position. Beastman's mouth froths with spittle that launches in every direction as he snarls at her. Night Yowl was promised worthy, tough prey for joining, but Beast Woman only allows Night Yowl to hunt weakest of humans, saves best kill for self. He pounds the earth, causing a small fissure to erupt. Night Yowl was second strongest to Stonestalker males before joining Scarlet humans, rutted even with 100 blood. With Tribes Prima, was promised to unpack for abandoning dry meats. Was it throat? The crouched beast woman lets out a deafening cackle, her broad, sharp teeth appearing in each bellow. Strong Stonestalker, beastman worth rutting, she snorts. No, cause it throat to see his only kneeling first season cub before beast woman now. He's only tenderfoot, only weak, well fit to chase injured, dying prey, not best fighters on battlefield. Night Owl bares his teeth and lunges for the beast woman, but she is swift to stand, hackles raised, and a calloused palm far larger than his head harshly pins him to the ground in one deft swipe. His face smashes into the earth with a whip-like crack of stone, followed by a defeated whimper. Pauses at throat, stares down at you with as much regard as she might show the wild dogs that roam the camp. Human. She sniffs in your direction, and her nose wrinkles as she scowls, disgusted by your foul scent. Humans, she hacks. Boys are encroaching on beast woman, have no sense of danger, no recognition for prowling, hungry predators, or worse than sniveling beastmen. Grinds the beastman's face deeper into the dirt before lifting her clawed and gnarled fingers off of him. He quickly scrambles to his feet and nurses his head. Speak quickly, maybe beast woman will listen. Wager I could take you. Gain loyalty with the verse. Beast woman snorts, a stab of incredibly opening the features of her face, then she howls with racking, full-bodied laughter. Closet throat likes human who is male, yet who is bold enough to challenge beast woman. Expected blunt claw to be feeble night howl, whimpering at beast woman's foot. She licks her fangs longly as she assesses your hidden prowess and strength. I don't really like that look. I'm not really a fan of that. Beast woman did not have runt whelp. Her, like not able to train, closet throat would happily enjoy fighting with human. What tribe are you from? How'd you join these people? What's going on here? Farewell. Hold on. Let me open my menu with my 7 days to... Oh. Right, it gave me a timer. This one perks up at your enticing words. She sniffs you curiously, more thoroughly than before, and she smacks her lips softly, longingly, beginning to slather and drool. For a moment, you think she'll make a grab for you. She merely sits back on her haunches, relaxed and watching you, pleasantly piqued as she scratches the taut stretch of her hard-muscled stomach. Yes, beast women like gifts of blood and bone, fresh kills. The closet throat does not want such treats now. Instead, little Bluntclaw will join beast woman in a hot slaughter of humans in one season soon. Spreads her massive maws in a deadly grin. Okay, I was given... A little tedious to keep equipping stuff, though. Feels like I'm getting a little, like... Alright, so... This has armor penetration. Which I do like. Verifying immunity to poison. That's for me. Earthshaker stat. This is your secondary weapon. JK. Three. There's stuff I'm gonna sell right there. This. Bam. Recovery, deflection. It's just all of that. Are we still wearing his ceremonial? Wonder he keeps dying like with his nails, you know? Blood chanter stack. Sinking. I almost get it. No. It's fire. There's a little bit more. Definitely want him to keep his quill. I'd buy... No, I'm not gonna buy. I'm not gonna buy stuff. Because I want to save it for this, you know? Or Echo Call cost. Oh, that's what I wanted. Echo Call. A young woman stands flanked by a pair of soldiers. Their ornate headdress resting her brow lends her otherwise small figure an intimidating aspect. From gear to gown, everything about her starkly contrasts the wretched state of the camp. She looks both at ease and uncomfortable, composed in her element, and completely unsure. She turns to you.
Oh, look. Father has returned. Have I gotten out of line? Have you come to punish me? Am I a bad girl? Or do you just want to use my power?
Huh? Her face takes on a mock serious demeanor as she speaks, and with the words you hear the sound of a breeze rustling through the forest, at the same time calming and distressing. The girl smiles.
Do you remember me, Fatebinder?
No.
Now don't disappoint me. You used my flock as chaff for the Scarlet Chorus. You took my people, the followers of Siren, the Archon of Song.
Siren? Siren's better. I'm gonna call you Siren. The gentle breeze of her words gains force as her eyes harden ever so slightly. She takes a small step forward, and the soldiers to her side move in, barring passage with their weapons. She looks at them and rolls her eyes. She does, the sound of the approaching storm fades.
Do I look like I can hurt him?
She returns her gaze to you and leans forward as if to share a secret. You're not gonna read this? Honestly, what passes for guards these days, right? Not anything like those favorite guards you gave me. It's a shame they died the way they did. Oh well, life in Kairos employ is dangerous. At least it is for most people. Quite capable of taking care of myself.
These good people aren't here for my protection. Apparently I'm dangerous. But I guess you already knew that. Can't have me collecting followers again like I did in Lethian's Crossing, can we?
Correct.
If some people started worshipping me, is that really such a bad thing? Is Kairos really so insecure to worry about a little competition? Look at me! Do you think I seem dangerous? What harm can a 15-year-old girl cause? I'm only a child.
The smile falters. Looks down, her hand moving to the headdress, her thumb tracing the edge of it along her jawline. Looks back up, a hard look back in her eyes. She regards you for a moment before continuing.
So, Tunon's Fatebinder in the middle of a battlefield. Kairos must be desperate. You were sent to shame Ash and Nerat into action, weren't you?
Huh?
Ash certainly needs someone to dig a heel into his back. If only to distract him from his problem.
She purses her lips in thought.
But Nerat, he's just a cat playing with a realm-sized mouse, isn't he?
Don't you make fucking noises at me. Alright, I do something real quick, like. Yes, I'm taking pictures of my cat. Leave me alone. It didn't even turn out well. I'm so mad. That one's good. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it my turn to talk now? No. What are you suggesting about Nerat? What? Oh, never mind. There's anything interesting happening in camp, and the solitude is making me paranoid. Nerat has the Archon's secrets. I'm sure he has one or two he isn't sharing with everyone.
I can't be expected to keep track of all his comings and goings. His plans and secret meetings. His betrayals.
Trails off the sands of thought for a few moments.
Now, you didn't hear this from me, but since you were kind enough to give me that gift at the Vellum Citadel, I'll tell you a little bit more. I think it's strange that the real fighting in Vendrian's Well only started recently. A couple of weeks at most. Almost like someone authorized a truce with the Oathbreakers or something. Anyway, We have a more important matter to deal with. There is something you can do to assist me.
In the corner of your eye, you see Verse cup her hands to her ears, turning her head away from Siren. Siren's mouth opens in a perfect O shape. The sound that pours out is captivating, trancing. It dampens the ambient bustle of the camp until it seems like nothing exists but her voice.
Remove my helmet.
What are you trying to do to me?
Really? That's it? How disappointing. It was worth a try, I suppose, though it appears to have been a colossal waste of effort.
She sighs and gives a sheepish smile.
I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're more nuisance than help. I have no further use for you. Perhaps later. You're dismissed, Fatebinder.
Not as powerful as you imagine yourself to be, are you?
I said dismissed until I have further need of you. Your presence displeases me.
This time her voice takes on a different quality. The screech is like a piece of flint struck in a grinding wheel. You can feel it down your toes, and you want nothing more than to make a hasty exit before the Archon inflicts more of her terrifying song.
For the love of Kairos! That was the Archon of Song in the flesh!
Darting his head from a furtive look back at Siren! Blanchard sighs and oh, her? We go way back.
You know the Archon? I dare say, traveling with you will prove most illuminating.
Alright, I think I'm done here. This particular camp. Shame I couldn't get that treasure, but you know what? That's just how it be. Yeah, right, cat. Huh? What happened? Hey guys. And to you. Back over here. Maintain defensive posture. Winded, his favorite commander clutches his blood-stained chest piece as he takes a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. His focus is on the scattered wounded men around him. He has yet to notice you. Bitter quip. Oh yeah, I know you. The plan has been a rousing success. Most of our troops, dead, a bridge, destroyed, and the Venturing Guard pushed us back to where we started. Ladies and gentlemen, and the finest the North has to offer. And for your next act, I needed those Furies on point. Don't mock my strategy after working against it. We could have taken them. What is happening? Shouldn't you be on the other side of the bridge? I tried to rush the western bridge, blow for blow. We had them running, but its gaze drops. Long sigh escapes. Halfway across. Halfway across the whole damn river, just Bloodchanter gesticulates, failing for words. Lurched up. First Matani swallowed the bridge and most everyone on it. Only real soldiers we have left are the Scarlet Furies that I, quite wisely, directed in a flanking position. Few of us kept our footing, but the advantage was lost. We had to fall back. As we did, the Oathbreakers surged down the east bridge. Ah, fuck. I'd be sitting for too long. We held ground until they fled back across the river. Now we're back to where we started with only a fraction of the strength. Remember, the School of Tides is alive and working with the Venturing Guard. I assure you, she's the culprit. That would explain it. I saw a woman dressed in blue at the other side of the river. Didn't seem like she fit with the others. Had we focused our strength to one perfect lunge, we could have crossed the bridge before the enemy knew what was killing them. But it's too late. And use the Scarlet Furies to... No, fool, stop suggesting ways to get my gang killed. Are you working for the Oathbreakers? Should wait until the enemy is no longer on high alert. If Antonio's plan isn't a good one, what would you suggest instead? There's a time for initiative and time for patience. We try a different part in the river or come back later. The enemy's too wary for us. You're in such a rush to see Carlos' edge come to pass. Sorry, Quip, but I'll strap you to my back and charge down the other bridge alone, but doing nothing isn't an option. We can sit and wait for Carlos' edge to kill us, or we can do something. There was a hearing of grievances. I'll let you call the shots. We were talking about the lives of my gang. Conscripts are a copper a dozen, but Furies. I've worked hard to secure the loyalty of my gang, not scrap fine wares on some buffoonish plan. I want to get my athletics or my subterfuge up. I want to strike him. Strike him! Your fist lands a telling blow, staggering the chanter, whose smile covers his face when he turns back to face you. Blood at me all you want, but the Furies will only follow my orders. Don't waste my time. Suppose I'll have to tell the voices of Naratha's agents were soft and cowardly in the face of opposition. Huh? Do you think your words would change? Chanter smells wide. I meant to say, perhaps the Fatebinder is right. Tony is in charge. When we meet next with the Archons, we will tell the voices I was instrumental in the success of my crossing. Or the crossing. Just like that, his favorite war crumbles his face in his palm. Oh wait, I won't question it. Yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, you had best be thanking me, and the Fatebinder. We've saved the disfavored time and time again. What's one more? Listen out for this to work. My Furies need a moment to get out of cover. Fatebinder, you need to run up to the East Bridge. Don't get yourself killed, just draw their attention. I'll signal my Furies to send the rope across while I have them occupied. It's no time to waste. Let's hope your gang delivers. Antonio turns to you, nodding with a heavy frown. Thank you, Fatebinder. Good hunting. But I kinda want my other hand. Now let's look around. In treasures.
Found something. Curious.
Hey guys, I'll be with you in like a second.
Trouble is afoot. I got it.
You got it.
Right.
Hey guys. Donnie Sybil. You there, and you, signaling her orders to the bridge. Woman in the regalia of a Verdurian guard, Captain Pierce's commotion with her shrill soprano. Get over here. The disfavored are back. Guess they forgot a javelin or two. Adala, would you? Hurl them back? Wait, not another disfavored. This is a Fatebinder. Looks you up and down. Odd, I would have expected, well, just more soldiers. It prevents us to kneel down and lose our heads. Your heraldry, House Matani? Apologies that your river must be dirtied with this conflict. He lifts an eyebrow. I'm honored. We'll trust that all grievances wash downstream. Words are thrown by formality. May the river guide you through the valley. Your friends seem to have misplaced most of the squad. Guess they're somewhere in my river? Shrugs sarcastically. My family's been protecting this river for 6 generations. So it's easy to lose track of all the looters and vagrants we've had to feed to the eels. Unless you want to try a running leap over, you're stuck. Maybe try heading downstream to Placid Crossing. There are more warriors there, and I'm certain they'd be just as happy to kill you. Look, the Tidecaster that did this, same one that met me for a truce. Trying to take stock of our crew. She lets out a loud snort, laughing to herself. I had unexpected help of late. Kill and rape a realm enough, and everyone comes out of the woodwork to shiv you in the air. Let us cross, and we'll grant you mercy. Hold yours a second. I have a statement prepared from Captain Ari for just this moment. She reaches into her belt and, with an impish smile, pulls her hand out to reveal nothing, the local hand gesture for penis. Wait, there's a second missive here somewhere. She feigns scouring pockets once more before displaying her phallic gesture again. As amusing as I find this soon-to-be corpse, it would appear that our distraction is paid off. He heads off to the west. Alright, see you, Barrick. Satisfied, she turns to leave, calling out to you as she does. I wouldn't keep standing there, Fatebinder. The river's currents are quite unpredictable. Okay, but what if I do stand here? You ever consider that? What if I chill, like right here? It's fucking good. Cute. Alright, nothing's
I got it.
Is it here?
Have a look here.
Oh shoot, arm. LOL. Skill issue, you know? Hey man, it's done. Well done. While you were toying with the Oathbreakers, my gang had the opportunity to set a rope in the collapsed bridge over yonder. The Furies went to join you in battle. Wait to join you in battle. Good work, your gang has salvaged this mess. Wrath of disfavored, you in favor with... That's fine. Alright, no thanks for carrying the burden of this favor. It is too weak to lift. You are used to such things. My now is to lower that bridge. My warriors can't swim in their armor. The lighter troops, point squarely at you, can move across the rope, then lower the bridge. We'll meet you on the other side. Meh. Crossing my rope, are we? Eric clears his throat and shifts his way awkwardly. In that case, I might recommend that I go last. For once, I agree with Antoyo. Eric rubs points across the water and animated alarm. My gang's been spotted. Go now, before they are overwhelmed.
Better, faster, and stronger.
What if I didn't have the athletics?
More tallies to the body count.
Will do.
They never had a chance.
Will do. On it.
Near death. I mean, if you're already done. Staff. Ooh, it's gonna be an upgrade to my staff. It might be one. Looking at stats was like, not sure. No way I'm gonna need these swords. No, I'm gonna put these as a cell kind of thing. Okay, so and frost DPS is higher. Damage is less, but the DPS is higher. And the recovery is a lot better, so I can shoot faster. So yeah, obviously I'm gonna do that. You, I mean, this bow is already gonna be better than that. More penetration. I'm just gonna do it just to do it now. Honestly, these helmets and stuff, I'm really like digging them so far. Like this one and this one. This is okay. Got a nice looking hood. Garbage. That looks like garbage. Okay.
Will do.
Hey, can you like come with me though?
Kairos' butchers have come! Flee!
Retreat, Captain Matani signals for troops to run to the nearby village. There's too many, they've crossed the river, pull back! The Vanner and guard soldiers rush forward and adopt close formation, covering Captain Matani as he retreats towards the nearby settlement. Brandish your weapon menacingly, raise your hand if you'll leave behind orphans. What a line! One of the soldiers panics at the proposition, breaks formation, and flees.
Your days end.
Can I like lower the...
Right.
No?
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
She caught me, and then I laughed and scared my cat. I'm sorry. Sorry, baby. I didn't mean to scare. To the village. Got it.
Have a look here.
Potion of protection. Garbage.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
They're here! Run! Go now!
Right.
Wait! I did that? Nice!
Sorry, I can't.
Let's kind of go around.
Can't do that.
Vendrian Guard can't protect us! We must go!
So huge.
Can't do that. Right.
Ain't that odd? Did I always have this much?
Those traps kick my ass there.
I'll
Don't
be
fall
filming
for
that
him.
one for a bit. I feel
You savage.
They won't even get close.
I'm getting so injured doing this.
Have a look here.
Liberating. Unbound. Being paralyzed. Interesting. There's one more. He's almost leveled up though, so his wounds will almost like be gone. Yeah, he has four. It's 4 wounds. Let's save here.
I got it.
More treasures? Okay. Done.
Kairos' soldiers are here!
Tawny Sybil. Tawny Sybil's shrill voice pierces the air. A clarion call addressed not to you, but to the citizens of the village. Do not fear, sons and daughters of Apex. Kairos' hounds are at our doorstep. The Vendrian Guard will not abandon you. Brave warriors of the Vendrian Guard. These foreigners and sellouts mean to burn our homes and butcher our families. Summon what strength you have and show Kairos the price of taking our land. Several soldiers step out from half-closed doorways and dimly lit alleyways, fury blazing in their eyes. Partisans shout battle cries to marshal their courage, and you see the gray gleam of iron as they brandish their weapons. Charge. Now in the name of Ash, those hillfolk get their hands on iron weapons. Varric regards the locals with momentary panic and bewilderment before setting a stance for battle. It.
I'm not how to fill your guts.
Sorry, cat. Trying to just trying to pause. Yes, I need you to do here. Drink a potion. In fact, heal me.
on my command. What? What would be easier is you not getting hurt in the first place.
Immune to poisoned.
No!
Jesus Christ.
Smash to pieces!
Is that ink?
Are you afraid of
It's
death,
blood.
worm? That's how it's
Bro.
stuck.
I'm gonna lose this fight.
I can't feel my...
I'm just gonna load now. Let's just get it over with. Yeah. There's one attribute and purchase one new thing.
Kairos' soldiers are here! Sorry, I can't.
You got it.
I got it.
Custom formation. Okay, well, I don't want to be here. Come on. I can't even change these. Okay, well, I want him to be like there. You know what I mean? That's how I want the formation.
Another battle. I think we're better at make... making friends.
Use your ability. You guys are fucking not doing shit. Do I have to pick it?
Pay attention, kids. You might learn.
Why am I getting so fucking... Protect this one.
Won't fall before us.
I got it.
Take that.
Bleed out, you little shit!
Flawless.
Here's one more.
I tear your skeleton out by your ass!
Yeah, I did a lot better than...
Ah, Got it.
Level him up. Obviously, I'm just gonna keep doing this. No, I'm gonna do magic shield. It's 2. No point spent to magic. That's effective. From stealth, I don't really do that. Increase damage with max save and allow basic attacks strike multiple times. Allows basic attacks. So like when I'm going pew. What do you choose? Choose it.
Yes. On it.
Hold on. See. They're here, weapons up. I remember those no longer with us. Honor them with your courage and prowess. Captain turns to face you as you approach. Fatebinder, we are proper warriors, are we not? This battle shall remain between those of us who specialize in dealing death. Let the villagers go. Do not ask for this conflict. I'm not here for slaughter, for to talk. Really? The trail of my dead friend says otherwise. You sicked on me. I gotta defend myself, you know. Those are safe, Fatebinder. Once it's decided for all the murders followed by a big sweep of hemlock, it's too late for words to solve anything. Everyone looks at you expectantly. Soldiers stand ready in the muffled cries. Silence villagers fills the air. Resurrection is doomed to failure. Why throw away your lives? You have demonstrated that a once vanquished people can rise from the dust and bloody the Archons. If the objective is to send a message to others in the tiers, then this has been a resounding success. Kairos ultimately brings order. Why resist unity and prosperity? Like the unity between the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, she goes back her head, issuing a dramatic laugh. That's not the sort of peace we want. Besides, peace is overrated. Peace means tolerating the evil in your neighbor. It is cowardly dream of those with simplistic notions of the world. Alright, townsfolk can go. And fear with better. Far be it to me for question and call. The village is a source of aid from the Veterinary Guard. Ruby pulls the stamps resupply our enemies the moment we turn our backs. Strange. I thought I was doing the talking here. We lost loyalty, regain fear with Beric. Captain lurches forward, ready to yell, but stumbles over her words as your swan sinks in. Did you all hear the Fatebinder? Don't just stand there, run like the scourge are chasing you. Guardsmen, stay behind. The moment you've been trained for is about to come due. Shall we? He holds her hand in the air while the last of the townsfolk flee. Then we'll wait to begin our finest moment. Maybe last stand. Either way. Captain lowers her hand, signaling the attack.
Heads up. We have company.
You got frightened. Oh God, how long am I going to be frightened for? I'm also blind.
Right.
Finish her!
I got it.
Bleed out, you little shit! Oh, someone stitch me up.
You ran over there by yourself. I don't know how to help you. Like, what was your plan for that?
Will do.
Okay, I like how I can kind of like free from this.
Can't do that.
It tries a lot. What do you mean can't do that?
Sorry, I can't do that.
So it has to lock on. Never mind. I take it back. I take back everything I said.
On it.
I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
Good as new, or at least newish. I can't feel my...
Well played!
Hey, do you want to like strike?
Bleed out, you little shit!
Right.
Oh, she's.
Will do. On it.
Hello?
On your knees, worm!
I was like, what happened? Sybil can barely summon the strength to crawl, and after several attempts, she slips on her own pooling blood. She lifts her head to focus on you. She mouths several words, though no pungent sound escapes her mouth until she falls to her knees, bracing her side. Well done, Fatebinder. This one survives its wounds. We even have a fresh present of the Archon of Secrets. You request a personal audience with any leader we can take alive. That's a mighty big if. The Southern folk are a sickly bunch. Antio wags a hand dismissively. Looking at her suffer, it's making you sick. I'll kill her and get her over with. Yeah, now what? I'm not really a good person though, so why should I like really kill her though? Her knowledge could be invaluable. She fought well enough. Do it. The words are a command, hissed through bloody lips. With a decisive swing, you bring down your weapons on her skull and shatter her brains across the rooftops. Made a lot of noise though. It appeared that Echo Hall Village had a larger enemy presence than we suspected. They also had a whole crop of iron weapons stockpiled here. If those innocent villagers were helping to gather battlefield salvage or maybe stealing from our camp. There are so few iron weapons along the chorus, seems likely that his favor would need to keep a better eye on their supply lines. More of this village, locals could have trapped the houses, so too risky to commandeer their site. He shrugs, his tone becoming matter of fact. We should burn the town. They'll cut off support, send a message, and the smoke will give the others a visible rallying point crossing the Matani. We just waste all that blood and time capturing this place only to torch it all. Now I adore the mystical powers of fire in ways none of you could possibly understand. Even I think there's a time and place for arson. Fatebinder, tell Antio he's free to burn his half of the village. The Scarlet Horse would like to keep our half of the spoils, not smoke it. Settlements should be preserved, and any still here made slaves or conscripts. Place so much trust in these locals, especially after the last deception. The first chance to get the alternate coat and stab their getting across the back. That would only prove our point. These are competent fighters who are better put to work in Kairos' army. No boss who feels The boss who falls to a simple villager deserves to live anyway. Kairos' edict looms overhead. Have we nothing better to do with our time? His favorite warrior shakes his head in a huff and turns to his squad. Hear that? The chorus just made this town their headache. Start rounding up your gear. Slots to do for rest. Sensible decision, dear Fatebinder. Behold, those favors Fulgrim of raised soil. What remained of us to rule? Bitterquip claps his hands, raising his voice to address his gangs. Seize this place. Search the homes. Takes all that you can carry. Give each survivor a chance to set their voices mercy, but to the ungrateful, be brutal. Fatebinder, you've helped enough. The Town Marshal has sent word that the Archons are meeting at this favorite camp, and your presence is requested. You should make haste back to the camp. Take it from here. Huh? Broken armor. Thanks. Seems pretty good though.
I got it.
Okay, just need to check my... I need to find the iron. Iron shipment must be located somewhere in the village. Search the area. Oh man, this guy should have fucking ran when they had the chance. Old man Mua, huh? Already told you I'm not leaving my home. The old man slams his fists together for emphasis, glaring at you with a startled brow. Oh, you aren't these purple imbeciles. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Eyesight isn't what it used to be. Name's Mua. Been here since old King Akan claimed the valley as part of his own. With Kairos, right? Jumping at you with the question. Kairos brings peace, right? Well, I surrender and they'll leave me to my home in privacy. I suggest you cooperate with her. Settle down, son. I've been living here on my lonesome just fine. I've endured heat waves, breath fever, flooding. Not worry about my children at play. Just hope none of you kids drown in the river. Make your parents sad. Doubt you enjoy courting a scarlet course if you stayed. Someone's becoming a garrison. See if I can. The old man paused, mouth contorting into a frown. Garrison? That was just some old pissing match. Soldiers are moving in. Wallace shakes his head, grumbling a string of half-formed words before looking with a pained expression. Last thing I need is good-for-nothing soldiers demanding room and lodging from the one hospital local. Old man shakes his head. Said, "Oh, fine, I'll gather my things. Best be off before the crossing becomes a war camp." See ya. Stern door has been locked, but doesn't appear barred by their side. Good luck. Gotta work on my subterfuge. There's a list on old crumpled paper of very simple items crafting and repair costs outmost food.
Can't do that.
I found the iron. It was one piece of iron. Mine barges in through the door behind you. You motherless whoremonger! He attempts to usher you away from the pointing at his walking stick. Get out! Found forge-bound iron in one of these barrels. You have a great deal to explain, old man. The old man points the walking stick in your face. It's always the young pushing the old. I had no choice in the matter. A strange man appeared here a fortnight ago. They claimed to be supporters of the Vendrian Guard, but I've never seen them before. He stamps his foot in a fit. I had no choice. The so-called free to fire threatened my life if I didn't comply. Villagers forcing you to help the Vendrian Guard. Then Matani showed up for the iron. Not exactly. She stumbled upon it just like you did when she was helping fortify the village for an attack like this. It was just a surprise, but she happily took it. Villagers forcing your health of enduring guard? You been listening to a damn thing I've been saying, or do you have to shit for ears? Face twitches as he spittle lands on you. Exactly what he was saying. I don't want any part of this foolish war. Either way, you knew, and this favor will make you pay the price. No, please, they'll execute me, sure. That's what you deserve. The old man clutches his head and weeps softly. Let me continue, like, looting the place. Already know this one. Alright, see you, man. I have to like double check I didn't miss anything else. Alright, let's go. The iron and someone else. The great sword, right? Granted. I think I might go right. No. Organized. Pulling a little bit. Selling my lesser staff. X. Let's have the stats is. I guess it does. No armor penetration. It's down. But consider this. It looks cooler. Back to that. Recovery, reflection. That. It's the same one, except this one looks like this. This one looks cooler. So obviously that's the one I'm keeping. Shoes. For you. Give him a 2, man. Just in case I tell him to go balls to the wall, you know? All I want to have. Hey, man. You only have 3 potions. That's 2 per. Feels higher. Bigger, which means I can upgrade this one now. Master. Own. For sure. I don't have restoring life yet, so. Okay, so. Where's 50? Afford. I can almost afford a 30. Ooh, but give it this. I give it 4 meter. Update. Catastrophe. No. It's cheap because it's all close. Sorry, palm. Those. Oh. Several waves of electrical energy, charging enemies with shock vulnerability. Following the final wave, unleash all contained energy upon foes. Violent surge of power. I mean, that sounds pretty awesome. That's what I'm going to have for that one. Hey, let's make her read it. Or hold on.
I could bend that apart.
You found the iron yet? Here it is. Good thing the Oathbreaker didn't get their hands on much. 1,000 rings. Just can't tell you what it means to have this back on our hands. Make sure to tell my spirit about what we've done for the Legion. Lost forged brown iron. That's fine. I'm here to help. You know? High up. DPS dip. I'm not gonna spend my fucking money on it. How much money do I have? 18. Okay. What do you give me, like bucks? Grand Marshal. With all due respect, our cohorts have proven themselves against these Apex fools time and time again. Your Earthshakers do other than get in our way. I want to be here, Sibius. My orders don't involve proving our value to you. Great General doesn't want magic on his side, then he can order us to stand down and sit this one out. No question what your mages bring to the table elsewhere, but I have my reservation about your leaders. Why couldn't Riddick show up to the siege himself? He has more pressing issues than the state of the conquest. I'd like to hear about it from his mouth. A mage who doesn't show up to a fight has no place in Kairos' hierarchy. Make a fair point, Fatefinder, insofar as it keeps with Kairos' law, at least. Emerald Pin brings in favor. He to upset the chain of command during a time of war. Perhaps Radix's brother convinced him to remember his duty. Fatefinder, thank you for the part you played. You didn't have to risk yourself, but you did so all the same. Hey, Elspar. Not talk to you. How about you? Welcome back, Fatefinder. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. My father was Sevius the Elder. His father was Sevius the First, or his name. Led drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born to a Legion, and with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest of you will hopefully when the scholars memorialize me. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash since before he was with Kairos. Hey, you know your history. Sevius nods with gusto. The blood goes back that far, not the memories. As I only knew my father, my grandfather was just a legend. One of Ash's best warriors back before the disfavored were forged in iron. Drugs. I'm proud of my heritage, but I try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but lack the same pedigree. Speaking of heritage, how's your family looking these days, Barrick? Am I still the pride of the North, or they've debased themselves in some unspeakable manner? Speak not of my family verse, or our honor. You have no right. She chuckles. Don't I? Very well. Go about your ignorant way, you dumb ironclad. I'll say no more. You should be proud of your pedigree. Thanks, but I try not to think about it too fondly. Every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging my family name through the mud along with me. Osgard, back to other questions. The armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. It's we were only too eager to deliver Kairos' peace to the tears, while the Scarlet Chorus bring only mayhem in their wake. Tell me the voice of Narat has a plan, and I'll take your word for it, but the Chorus sure seem to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Alright. Am I done with my quests?
How can we trust your rabble not to turn at this last moment? How many of your conscripts have family bonds to the Vendrian Guard? It is decided. The disfavored will take the vanguard of the assault. It is the only way to assure success before the edict comes to pass.
Raven Ash's roar pulses your eardrums, his face reddening as he yells.
Oh, you're so young. We can forgive you for being stupid. Without your Archon of Stone to bring down those walls, you're out of your element. Only the Chorus has the numbers required to swarm the walls from all sides. We will lead the vanguard.
The best the Chorus could accomplish would be leaving a ramp-shaped pile of corpses propped up against the walls for my warriors to use. Their fortifications are not a concern. Even understaffed, my Earthshakers could breach the masonry in short order.
Another brilliant idea. Cairn's cult is, we're sure, every bit as trustworthy and sane as the late Archon of Stone himself. You did notice the spire at the center of the citadel? Hard to miss it, being only the tallest thing on the horizon and such. Certainly your Earth mages won't do anything stupid like, say, breaking the spire's foundation? What could possibly go wrong?
The voices of Narat lazily twirls a scepter. We love saying the name Cairn just to watch him squirm. Raven Ash had so much more hair back before he met us.
I trust them more than I trust your circus of rapists, sellswords, and turncoat tearsmen.
Archon Ash turns his head and, upon seeing you in the tent, relaxes his posture.
Tunon's Fatebinder has arrived.
Our operations in Echo Call Crossing and Tripnettle Wilderness were successful. Why aren't you two marching towards Ascension Hall?
Nothing would please us more than to be done with this wretched valley. Perhaps if we had more support from the disfavored, and from the court.
Now that we are all assembled, I want reports. The Scarlet Chorus was going to resolve the Oathbreaker presence in the Outer Valley. What became of that?
Yes, what did become of that? We should know already, yet we do not. If we are not mistaken, the Fatebinder played a pivotal role in this operation. Fifth Eye, shed light on this baffling question.
The Oathbreaker raiders were broken, and most importantly, their captain was taken. He has told us. The Archon of Secrets grips his helmet as a tittering percussion of whispers pour forth.
Nothing! Curse you, motherless fucks! What have you brought but fire and
The voices of Narat slaps the forehead portion of his mask, and for a moment the emerald flames within the robes dim.
Oh, suffering doesn't really capture the nuance of what we've done. Apologies. We've been savoring this one's defiance. We know much of their inner workings, their desperate allies, their foolish hopes. This is our battle to lose.
Why I am on equal footing with Kairos' clown, I will never understand. So, Fatebinder, you would deem this mission successful?
Options. Renowned for skill in arms, or the better best in battle. Blissful guys. Realize, yeah. Airlock's Florian was a boastful leader from an influential family. His recruitment will demoralize the enemy.
Iron Marshal, I understand we've established a foothold across the Matani. Report.
No, he doesn't talk. Right. Securing the Matani was a gruesome affair. An agent of the School of Tides still lives, and the river was turned against us. Despite our losses, the day ended in success at Echo Call Crossing. The victory came at great cost. Gained wrath. Oh yeah. When it came to time to secure the nearby Echo Call village, there was a distressing discovery. Villagers have been stashing iron weaponry, no doubt stolen from our supply lines. Antion wished to burn the village, but the chorus disagreed. The Fatebinder backed their claim. Few of them got away, but their leader, Captain Matani Sybil, did not. The spies tell she was one of the founding members of the insurrection, and death will no doubt dishearten the Oathbreakers.
One less noble scion of Apex with delusions of relevance. Good riddance.
Have we forgotten why we marched south in the first place? Are we to rule over a sea of corpses? Have you any idea how difficult it is to tax dead people? Your treatment of the locals is short-sighted. We alone follow the commandments of the Overlord.
As if to emphasize his words with a conductor's wand, the voices in flourishes the jeweled scepters in the air. You hear the voices in your head. This is absurd. We aim to bring mercy and peace, while Ash remains fixated on ruthless slaughter. We take the noble path of tolerance, acceptance, forgiveness towards the enemy. While his favorite would happily see every tearsman in a grave or a cage, yet we're seen as the wicked, troublesome. Like, okay, man. Yeah, we're seen as the wicked, troublesome one. That you are blocking my screen. So I know you gotta do your big stretch. You can safely assume Kairos wants some bloodshed, otherwise, why sin is favored?
Sophistry becomes you, Fatebinder. But we think the disfavored was sent to learn from our example. What other reason would the Overlord have for slowing us down with such a burdensome ally? Kairos' Day of Swords approaches, and our allies in the disfavored in the court refuse to work with us. There is clearly only one reason for this. Graven Ash and Tunon have allied against us. You conspire to rob us of our deserved glory!
Emerald-colored trails appear in the air as the Archon madly swings his scepter, gesticulating with glowing rage. You see how it really is. You're all against us. You two are unwilling to work together. As Fatebinder of Tunon, I will order you to do so.
With whom do you stand?
The voice of Nurat's mask tilts sideways as he lurches forward, wagging his scepter at you. It grows quiet as Gather looks at you in anticipation. Now is not the time for compromise. One of us will have the honor of completing this glorious conquest. We know you will choose wisely. I mean, singing them together is going to be a bloodshed, but LOL.
You test my patience, Fatebinder. We did not ask for a weak compromise that leaves all parties unsatisfied. Whom do you support? Are you going to let the Scarlet Chorus traitors have their way? Or will you stand by Kairos' You honor us, as I knew you would. You have made the right choice. The disfavored have stood at the forefront of battle since the first days of the war.
You know,
and now
something about him.
We have the honor of winning this final battle.
Our beloved Chorus! We have too many lives to protect. We can't allow your foolish decision to destroy us all!
Brilliant emerald green radiates from the Archon, and the chatter of a busy marketplace seems to fill the tent. The scepter he normally holds as a playful prop is now clutched as a bludgeon ready to strike. No, we did not work so hard only to be denied our rightful glory in the end. You will die with the disfavored.
You would dare harm me and our guest from the court? By Kairos' word, this means war! How did it come to this?
He roused consciousness to the sight of Graven Ash swatting his hand toward the thinning green mist where the voices Murat once stood moments ago. You'll have to take Ascension Hall without Chorus help.
Yes, and instead of having false allies on our side, at least we can march on the Citadel knowing full well who is friend and foe. And it goes without saying, the disfavored needs you now for this glorious battle. Please speak with the Iron Marshal. She will give you the specifics of our plan.
I saw you step in front of me, thank you.
Just old soldier reflexes. Couldn't be sure if it was trying a simple illusion or a bolt of fire. Either way, needed to be sure my guests didn't perish in my war tent. Wouldn't be able to live that one down.
Farewell.
The Archon of Secrets left behind one of his spies. Perhaps we should send her back to her master in pieces.
Graven Ash narrows his eyes and points a finger at first. Barrick's armor makes a discordant sound of iron bending under pressure. Everyone assembled in the room looks at him.
Something to say, Barrick?
Ash passes a stone shield with a confused look.
Nothing at present, Archon. Forgive the interruption.
Barrick looks to you with a vague hope in his otherwise impersonal stare. Versus with me.
You would harbor the Archon's henchmen in your company? This is aiding and abetting the voices of Narat. I cannot stand for it.
Maybe I want the voices to think I'm being carefully observed.
The voices of Narat knows better. Of that much I can assure you. Whatever deceitful ploy you have in mind, he can think lifetimes ahead of it. You are playing a dangerous game, Binder. If you wish to hold a venomous serpent so close, I will allow you your own self-destruction. Now leave me. When you are ready to join the assault, speak to the Iron Marshal.
Any loot in here, or? Don't bother when you can't. Alright, I'm just gonna get it over with. Time is upon us. Iron Marshal Uranus nods to you with a serene smile. The march on Vinderan's Well show the Tearsman the price of insurrection. He looks in either direction, surveying the movement of ironclad warriors waiting for battle. Iris's edict will soon come to bear, and we should move at once. Baitbinder, if you are willing, I could use your assistance. We are a tight-knit band, and while we are not outclassed, we are outnumbered. Will you march to battle with us? What of the Scarlet Chorus? Will you ask me to fight them as well? It offends us to violate Kairos' peace, but the voices of Murat is a gangrenous limb, sort of morality that, if tolerated, destroys from within. Shakes her head, lowering her gaze. So yes, if the chorus stands between us and our goal, and I'm certainly will, we'll have to draw blood. I'll join you for this battle, even if we have to spill some chorus blood. Our fight will be a righteous one, of course the merit of the law on our side. Our forces are assembling as we speak. We'll meet near the Citadel. Graven Ash protects.
Fatebinder. What do you need?
You're a spy. First regards you with an unreadable expression, and my smash eyes look at yours in turn. Insufficient? I mean, does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. It's keeping me along with Driscoll spilled occasional words about you, what you ate for breakfast. Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, if you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you.
He doesn't.
It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with...
Wow.
Until then, I plan to take...
I'm just trying to get some stuff to try and raise her loyalty. One day when I decided enough was enough, I'd slip my hoods throw over breakfast, run off to join the course anyway. Your killer better stick with the course. You have to understand, the course praising the words things inside me that I would suppress in civilized company. Life's too short to repress every desire, right? Especially if I have to anything to say about it. Personal loyalty too. Alright, what's the story with your feathers? My mother kept a messenger bird, Witterbeak. He was an angry old bastard, spoiled from living the high life. Squawked in my window every night. Squawked in my window every single night. Picked my fingers while I fed him only the fattest, juiciest mice. When I left the farm to join the Scarlet Chorus, I wrung that ungrateful little fucker like a dish rag, plucked his feathers, and gave his carcass to the mice. It felt like justice. She slides a crimson feather from her hair and spins it in her fingers. Enough questions about your past. Shut up.
The Scarlet Chorus is for new There's nothing in the world. The elite fight. We focus our madness. We coordinate.
That was wonderful.
It is, as I remind myself all the time.
What's your real name? Question isn't worthy of either of us. Well, entertaining out of spite. You already know me by my real name. It's verse. We're looking for whatever arbitrary collection of letters and sounds my mother taught was proven when she didn't know me. Yeah, actually, that's...
What do you need to know?
Boy, you hesitated when you brought up your fire cells. Why? Notice that, did you? It's matter that I'm not used to discussing, mostly because I don't know how. I mentioned before that I'm good at picking up different weapons and fighting techniques. Truth is, I'm better than good. I get this flame man so clean that I'd leave a single strip of skin behind. I wouldn't even need to be tied down. That was one of the first things I discovered about myself after joining the Scarlet Chorus. Horses would not recognize the enemy as well, which is why he sent me off a Scarlet Fury training. You tried that flame trick before? Let's just say that when we ran out of canvas for pushing tents, the fifth eye handed me a knife and pointed me to the prison pins. Okay. Where are your sisters? Through whispers or geysers, these weapons. We were scouting around Vendrin's well during the siege, back when we only suspected the guard of organizing secret. My sister and I came upon a group of them. First noticed maybe they found us, so instead of thinking we drew iron and bronze. Noticing everything went wrong, we were supposed to take point and occupy the guard with dance and blade work, something disoriented while my sisters picked up their marks. I hesitated. Lost my nerve. Instead of rushing the Oathbreakers, I froze with my weapon drawn. My sisters fought on without me, but they were off balance, like whatever I had was catching. I died. I lived. My sisters were relying on me to lead the dance, and I failed them. I don't think it was caution. Your actions were inexcusable for a fighter of your station. You're absolutely right. If I had witnessed the same one, my sisters might have even killed her for endangering the rest of us. Good thing for me they didn't get the chance. She chuckles. There's no humor in it. Hesitation is rot. It's unbecoming of any chorus member, and unheard of in a Scarlet Fury. I would cut it from my body and cauterize the wound if only I knew its source. Any thoughts on the topic, or are we just here to open old wounds? Oh, definitely here just to open wounds. Any idea why you lost your nerve in battle? I wish I had an explanation. For the first time, I lost the dance. Song of murder drew silent. Instead, there was only rigid, organized control. Sounds like the security of a phalanx to me. You should practice a more orderly form of combat. It suits you so well. Even if the Scarlet Chorus fought in formation, it wouldn't be anything like your hideous shield wall.
What do you need to know?
For the leaders. Just got a lot of fucking lore to talk about. With wait, Nereid's eyes are people? So we're about to you have too many things to talk about, lady.
What do you need to know?
Scarlet Fury share a sort of link. It's how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle. We don't pass messages or anything, but our emotions and intentions sync up without words. Starts wearing one of her knives after motion size slaps the blade back into its sheath. Is this like arcane in nature? I would say it's emotional. Of course, more interested in passion. Magic is just a convenient tool. One thing I always knew was that I felt this connection more keenly than my sisters did. Pick up nuances and they miss, and I could feel them farther away. When my sisters died, I felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain like someone piling nails from a garden. Some of the slime residue was still there. Does that make sense? To exploit that skill to its fullest potential. Skill? Not sure if I'd call it that. There's something parasitic about it. I take your point. If there's an advantage to this thing I'm experiencing, not about using it against our foes. No matter how you paint it, some part of my sisters broke off from me when they died. Now I'm left to deal with it. Just another day in the tears, right? Your thoughts are disfavored. About Ash. You're talking to Ark on this way. Not. What protects? Raven Ash protects. Soldiers keep harping on these words like they mean something. I don't deny that his favor can take a few extra lumps on the battlefield, but that only speaks to their thick-headedness. I think it's only true because the soldiers place that much trust in it. I've seen the power of suggestion do stranger things to those people. Could that be possible? My mind was a century old and what is going on. You tell me, where do you see take Ash's place? I hope it goes. I'm taking everything away that makes them strong. I don't care. The strong fight. Rank. They promote the reigning bloodline, discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth. Though they never admit, the savior near the chorus show them the way. Oh my god. Talking about something else. Carry duel?
That would be an understatement, and I thought you'd never ask. Since you're obviously at a huge disadvantage, I'll let you pick our weapon of choice.
Play target practice.
If you want to risk becoming a pincushion, it's your funeral.
In 5 bow skill rings. Take turns loosing blunting arrows, using each other as moving targets. First is an accomplished runner and swats the few projectiles that get close out of the air. When turn arrives, takes all your energy to keep up with your relentless volley of projectiles. You observe your techniques and take a valuable lesson to heart.
You held your own. Call me impressed. Need anything else, or did I tire you out?
Have thoughts about your combat
Do
abilities?
you now? Call me intrigued.
About time to
You
start
already
talking.
know that I memorized the moves of my Scarlet Fury sisters. If it seems like a total mystery to me, I don't know how you could have arrived at any conclusions, but I'm open to ideas.
Your talent reminds me of the voices in Rat.
I hope I didn't hear you say that, Fatebinder. Because the implication is more than either of us is prepared to handle. The Voices of Narat is a monster. We both know that Taratus has never seen a creature more despicable than him. Never mind that he's kind of my boss.
I'm not comparing you to the voices, only this talent who's a bit.
My little talent that latches onto my friends and bleeds them dry, you mean? Because I never asked for it.
Hey, Verse, relax.
I've traveled with the chorus for years. I've seen what the voices can do, and it scares me, all right? The idea that everything I am could be reduced to that. If I had that kind of power, if I could become like him, I don't know how I could live with myself. I'd rather drown myself in a camp latrine. I'm sure he had the same idea when he got started. But you know what they say about power? It's usually wielded by assholes. My sisters died. You should have seen us. We were amazing together. I didn't mean to take away what made them special, but I did it all the same. And let me tell you, it felt terrible. If I lived a century, I might never figure out how to make that happen again. And more importantly, I don't want to.
Now, what you told me? Verse Loyalty 3. I was, and to be perfectly fair, I think I've been more or less transparent about it. But that doesn't change anything about why I chose to travel with you. I didn't want to, I just leave. What did the voices want to know? They never told me, it just said to keep an eye on you. There was an information that I'd have an opportunity to report in. As if I would have. We're lucky he would have stolen mine and learned everything I knew, just to make sure I didn't leave anything out. So if you have any reservations about my discretion, keep that in mind. And you're just doing your job, no harm. Well, I'm grateful that we don't have to make such a big deal about it and waste our time wondering if we ever trust each other again. Honestly, it's refreshing. Alright, we're leaving. I talk to you way too much, bro. Spar, can I talk to you? Alright, let's go then. Ooh, I'm sorry, regenerating? 1 health every 6. I'm giving to my guy. Immune to poison. Yes. Quickness I'll give to him. JK. Her. This is poison, sorry. Poison I'm giving to her. Armor. One down, I mean. Can't go there.
The Iron Marshal is just ahead of us. We should confer with her.
What if I don't want to? What if I go around? Fine. Gatebinder, come this way. Marshal welcomes you. Tyranny salute. Enemy left only a pittance of soldiers to slow our advance. The majority of their warriors are holed up within the citadel. No use trying to lure them out. We have to bring the fight inside. That wall, she points north, is where the Earthshakers are focusing their magic. They cannot afford to be imprecise with their tremor sigils with the spire so close. We will need to contend with the defenders' mages for to crack the perimeter. Of this Corus. I'm wondering that myself. Got here first, no surprise given how long it takes to get a disorganized mob to go anywhere. Make no mistake, I'm certain they'll descend upon us as soon and complicate our dance. Human Ashes authorize us to defend ourselves should any requirement obstruct or impede the taking of Ascension Hall. May mean having enemies at all sides, but the Coruscants are hardly a worthy enemy. Best they can do is delay us, but with the edict looming, stalling us is a threat enough. How can I help? The enemy sages are working some sort of protective magic that's keeping the wall head together. I need you to silence this resistance. Head east and scare our way over the wall. My troops aren't dressed for scaling. Kill the sages, the Earthshakers will go the way, and we'll meet you inside. I go with the Kairos. Okay, but I did want to loot the area first, so like, relax.
Heads up, we're
Aggressive. 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 Actually, one party. Let me get him.
I got it.
Oh god, I changed it. What the-
They never had a chance.
Get him while he's down. Yeah.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
I'm sorry. Push the maximum number of mechanical supplies. Well. Okay.
Another battle? I think we're making progress.
Take that!
Did you see that? Seeing an awful lot of red.
Just kind of heal for a second. Yeah, also, look at that big-ass fucking group.
Found something.
More tally.
I wasn't ready.
To the body.
Perfect.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass.
Will do. I got it.
Oh, she leveled up just in time.
I feel terrible.
I'm afraid of heights. I just need a foothold to get over that wall.
Ah, got it. Heads up, we have company. Will do.
I'll tear your skeleton out by your ass. Hey, you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Trouble is afoot.
Guard, get yourselves. Must 50 feet behind her back. I'm gonna help you like my sight. That's good. Alright. Lord.
Come at me, grave meat.
Stand tall, Fate
Nah.
Binder. Grovel before me!
Guys, there's like one guy left. You wanna... Oh, we're done? You all just resting up? Healing up? I mean, that's what you want to do. You know, that's what you want to do.
Will do.
Another battle. I think we're bad at making friends.
Will do.
out of practice, but I'll try.
And you wanna like lead the way? I guess I'll do it. Gosh. Stand aside. Ascension Hall is ours alone for the taking. Ithai swings a spear and broad arcs as he roars in this crackling tenor. Withdraw at once before you feel the weight of 1,000 coarse blades and bludgeons. No sooner would a family of maggots beat a pack of wolves, his favorite commander beckons the Scarlet Chorus forward. Come, take you 5 at a time just to make things fair. So, about the edict. Yeah, deal with him. I'll take Ascension Hall. Sound plan. Go hunting, my friend. Obviously, they don't give a shit about the edict, okay? Hey, what's up?
On it.
They're here. They breached the perimeter. They're in the cape. That's not good. Well, I've gotten some new stuff, so let's just take a look at all this. I know I don't have to drag it out. It's just something I do, you know. You, how's the shield? This seems pretty good. I was just seeing the price of it. It's so ugly though, I don't even know if I want it. I mean, is the 11 dodge worth it? One-handed throwing weapons. Also be thrown. Melee attack. Memory, accuracy. What about you? Goal of life. Take one again. Find me. Plus control life. DPS, accuracy. Oh, I mean, yeah, if I can dual wield it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Wait, that was the wrong thing, wasn't it? I meant this thing. There we go. Better boots. Time to push further in.
Send me your champion!
it.
Another scar? Fine.
Right. Will do. This is useless. I should try something else.
Hello, well, I mean, of course I'm gonna. Or that's what cause hospitals that target the tumor shows less effective. It's a bonus to lore skill. Damaging all enemies in front of you. So I could get another cone thing, and if I get additional spell slots, these would work well together. Oh. Of course. Oh my god. Or is there you receive a bonus to resolve? Baller. Sever ashes. Oh. Where are all this crap? Rest. For rest. So I can get up at some point. Dark. Oh, whatever the fuck. Okay. Anyways.
Right.
Here's the thing, right? Did I ever get a new missive? Sorry, I didn't mean to send that. Because these are all archived. Bam. Anyways, I forget what I was looking for spells. I have slots, and I don't really know how to do it to the bottom one when I'm in battle. Oh well.
Heads up, we have company. On it.
I'm really liking this one.
Tear your skeleton out by your ass! Ain't that odd?
Sandals. Hell yeah, dude. It's the best thing I could have ever gotten.
Your days end here!
Not dead yet.
Sorry, I can't.
You won't enjoy this as much as I do.
That was beneath me.
On it.
That wasn't so hard.
Oh, it's pretty good actually. I read this. Sigil of Force. Nice. Go to my sigils. I don't really want to... Honestly, I might get rid of a touch of atrophy. Unless I can change it up so it's different. I want it to do damage. Nearby enemies. Affected enemies are rooted. So how many does this root though? Yeah, might. Force. East. East would be pretty good. Why is there stuff red? Man, I want another one. I want this one. I want one that does... I just... move these. That's it. Assign to great. And give it to him. This. Yeah, it's fine. He's got it. Why can't I assign this? Because he doesn't know those? Fire, lightning. Pit. False pit. Which does 8 to 14 damage. 11 stunning amazing damage. This is nearby. It has a cone, so that could be good. Let's assign this here right now. So I'm trying to assign organize. Or that. It, unless I cone that one too, but doesn't even matter. It's really easy to make again. And it's staying up there anyway. Almost give it a little more range. Set. Illusion. Oh. A little more damage.
Will do.
I'm not here to make friends.
How the fuck did this guy get? Even this stuff moves, and it's kind of annoying.
On it.
You and me.
Let them think they can.
You didn't heal me, bitch. I'm sorry, you don't wanna do the reviving thing?
Reviving? No, wait. Blood.
Got dark.
What's this one? The small cone. I'll take it.
That guy. I feel... faint.
On it.
gotta regenerate health. Not a lot. I like to think it's doing something.
On it. Don't know my own strength.
6. Really should give the regenerating to my boy. Carrying, yeah, I'm just giving him survivability. I mean, is having such low armor, like, good? I'll take it. I want to recover lower him. There. No.
Yes. On it.
Sort of egg. Yes, for the Imperial. So far. Let's see. Maybe I'm sleeping on armor. Just like. Armor. Shield +4 armor, shock, stolen. Who knows? Get up there. Aspire to steal. Or something. Surely we can talk this out, right, guys? Oh, hey, Ed. So, you are the vanguard of Kairos' conquest? As tall as I imagine, but we can't all choose our executioners. Already, word of our defiance spreads throughout the lands. You're 7 kinds of stupid if you think our war ends here. Before you stands Captain Tarkasari, facto leader of the dwindling Vandrian Guard. Short, sunburned, and agitated even when standing still, her body is a compact sculpture of muscle and bone. Her face is short on symmetry thanks to the scars and dents of a dozen brushes with death. So our lives will certainly end here in Ascension Hall. The turtles pointing upward to the ceiling, stone arches somehow supporting the massive weight of the spire overhead. Consider yourself fortunate. Some of the finest rulers of Apex met death by a duel in this hollowed hall. Truly, there's no finer place to settle in an intraceable feud. Sisters, brothers, Ari looks back to her cadre of soldiers with a solemn nod. It's been a privilege to lead, and an honor to share your in your final days. Taking a deep breath, she turns to you, waiting silently. War bluff. You bring a lot of magic to fight directly beneath the spire, trying to bury us all. What sort of inbred fool are you? It's a risk I'm willing to take. Sage, to her side, emits a nervous cough and glances up with a concerned gaze. After a short moment of hesitation, the sage runs for the exit. LOL. Oh my god, Cat, you got so cold. What happened? Oh yeah, I don't have heat. Mwah. Come lay down under the blanket. Oh. You know. Yeah. Get back here! Harry shouts at the fleeing sage, but to no avail. What was I thinking, bringing cowardly scribes to a sword fight? I was right about the lot of you. Sisters, brothers, Harry looks back to her cadre's souls. Privilege will lead honor. Oh, well, you already said this. What you hope to gain? Nothing we haven't already gained. Our pride, our dignity, these things you can never take from us. She smiles, her eyes distant for a moment. Defender and guard could never stand against all of Kyrus' forces. We can teach others to resist. Maybe you'll run out of soldiers before you run out of stubbornness, but I doubt it. You already use Kyrus' currency, speak the language. Military controls a formality. But that's Ares stammers, swatting at the air. That's just sophistry. Kyrus speaks our language, not the other way around. Besides, that proves nothing other than common history. Fatebringer is saying that Kyrus is not just one enemy, but a massive force that can reach to you even in times of peace. Armies and the Annex are just two of the bloodier ways Kyrus can control you. It seems your uprising amounted to nothing but dead kinsmen. And what did taking Venderun's well cost you? How many disfavored corpses rust in the valley? How many choirmen fell to our blades? How does the endless battle of the Blade Grave while you deal with us here? Mary laughs, wincing as she clutches her side. Tell me, are the Archons unified in victory? Do the armies bond in camaraderie over our deaths? Our stand here is the first of your problems. We've traded your kinsmen to slow the inevitable, nothing more. We demonstrated that the armies of Kairos could be shamed by stubborn peasants. The Overlord's empire is vast, his armies numerous, his magic unstoppable, yet he cannot destroy our fighting spirit. Hardly the show of force I expect from a truly fearsome Overlord. Hope that argument keeps you warm in the emptiness of the void, Guardsman. Any last words? Yes. A broad smile comes over Ares' face. Tell the voices of Narat we are most thankful for his aid. We would not have made it this far without his support.
Come at me,
He's rushing me?
brave me.
Okay, he stopped. Did I miss?
Can't do that.
I don't kill this dude. I'm gonna put a shield on DPS right now. Okay, let's try this.
Right.
You drink a potion.
I'm getting too old for this.
I think I'm drowning. There's like a piece of water over my face.
I see you there.
On it.
Well struck.
On it. Right.
Admit that from the record.
Hey guys. You worthless gnats. We may die, but others will follow our example. Mark my words. Captain coughs up blood. Best of their leadership. Most impressive. Why me never underestimate the skills of a fate finder. Betrayal lines. That would be fucking wild. I think I'll just stick with these guys. Wonder I've had a hand in the glory. I feel about your skill and courage. Cloud mother's comments flying cease and shells will tranquil. In favor, lost favor, in favor. A pox take your children, her slumps so crouched by trauma from injury and fatigue. Those words of defeat, the burning hum you've heard in your head for days on end, tapers off into nothing. Mind returns to a state of quiet you have not felt since before you proclaimed the edict upon Vengeance well. I lay claim to Ascension Hall. Let us be free of this edict. Feel a tug in your chest as a warm energy begins to form around you. Before you know it, you feel as though you're lighter than air. Ah! Help. Help. Am I gonna meet the Emperor? Wait, I'm gonna have to activate a whole bunch of spires? Hold on. You blink away the last of the luminescent trails in your field of vision. The masonry of Ascension Hall is replaced with wide open space in every direction, save for the slab of ancient stone beneath your feet. High winds shove you, pushing you off balance. The air is cool and thin, unsatisfying to your lungs. Is this? Lancer looks out to the horizon, wide-eyed with excitement. Yes, this must be the mountain spire. When was the last time? Lancer's eyes look down over the ledge, dumbstruck by the vertical plunge. Lancer backs away from the edge. I may need to retch. This is certainly a change. The winds ruffle the feathers in her hair, and bursts quickly, smooths them down. Damn cold change. Peers over the edge. Think I can land on my feet if I jumped? Not that it would matter for long. Pyros, be merciful. What now? Herb spins around on his feet, looking about, trying to take in as much as he can through the narrow visor of his helmet. Every way you look, mountains rise up along a distant horizon. Rivers and forests below bring to mind maps of Vinder's well, and quickly trace the Mitanni, their Aranib, and all of the numerous waterways of the region. Higher than you imagine it, this is indeed the pinnacle of the spire, Vinder's well. How do we get all the way up here? Ares strains to stand up, clutching her side. Yeah, why'd you come with? Another question, how in the name of Graven Ash do we get down? Iron Marshal walks to the edge, trembling a half-pace back as she peers downward. The warriors below must be sensing that the edict has ended. We should be down there, by their side. Much I was relish the opportunity to fight alongside this favor right now. Cannot begin to imagine the chaos unfolding beneath our feet. Eric clenches his fist with a squeal of metal and turns away. I claim this place is now an extension of Tunon's court, and all combatants must leave. It's no longer strictly a military concern. Hey, Barrick, shut the fuck up. You need to take a breath, sift through what just happened. And claim this place for Tunon, there would actually be a strategic advantage for the disfavored. We can't spare the soldiers' garrison in this place. We'd like to deny the course every foothold possible. Iron Marshal nods slowly at first, then with confidence, I will happily consult Graven Ash to support this claim. Then word to Graven Ash that we were successful. And your Lord's Woodbark. It was a worthy battle. Not since Salard have I seen such courage, such determination. Ah, but the siege deeds you spans ago. Agreed, and I would be honored to deliver your auspicious message in person, but once over the edge. think the blast magic from the spire and the extent should have been clear to everyone, but Graven Ash wants to know you are safe. Go through the portal to Graven Ash and return to me with any news. Or, point to Aerie, we hand her a note. The parchment will survive the impact. I'm not going to be that mean. Let's go back through the portal. No telling how stable it is, but look closely and you'll see images of Ascension Hall in the haze. Well, if you have trained eyes, that is. Of course, even if it's not stable, the alternative is jumping, so what do you have to lose? Oh, how did I not notice that? Or showing contours glimmer in the moment you call out its presence. Assuming this takes me back to Ascension Hall, carve a path to Ash and let him know the score. This is out in clatter. Marinus beats her breastplate and salute. Glory to Kairos. Glory to Kairos. Thank you for bringing the edge of our blade. We've been shorthand even since we took the gates of judgment. These Oathbreakers fight well above their station. Without you in my vanguard, this would have been a bloodier day. There's no telling if we would have seized Ascension Hall in time. We had like 6 days left. We had plenty of time. Rod's treachery means war. I trust we'll be able to rely on your continued support in the coming trials. No doubt I'm the very definition of an enemy of the Overlord. I didn't just resist, I lead others into resistance. But I know what's about to happen. I know when I've met my match, and like most folk, I'll do whatever it takes to live. If you will show me mercy, I'll pledge my life to you, good fate binder. I cast her bows to win the will of your gaze. I know I'm an oathbreaker, so my word isn't what it used to be, but I promise if you spare me, I will serve you well. My mercy has a price. I will stay your hand, if not my services. As a wealthy desire, plenty stashed out the tears, I can lead you to that. I want your staff. I want knowledge of the Tidecasters. They've gained fear with Ebb. That is what you require. She locks eyes with yours, her face stern cold. I will endeavor to train you. It may take time, but if I'm left alive and in good health, I'll show you the secrets of the School of Tides. I want your staff too. You've gained fear. It'd be easier to give you my arm. She pulls her staff in close, clutching with both hands. The staff would fall into an arcane slumber if separated from me. I'd sooner snap it in half to strike with my own hand. I even swear fealty to me. Fine, you know, I tried. I'm not going to be that much. I probably won't even use it, honestly. I, Ebb of the Tidecasters, do however I pledge my life and loyalty to Odysseus. She dips in a short bow before meeting your eyes with a trembling smile. I will serve and obey until such time as I am freed from my obligations. Level 5. Well, I mean, he's my healer. DPS, tank. I've kind of got my party, you know?
Goodbye to you too.
We're fucking...
Be seeing you, Fate Binder.
As far as gangs go, I've seen worse. Goodbye to
Here
you too.
to serve.
I'll get you back later, okay? Like, relax. You're not gonna read this for me? Vinderan's well has fallen. For the second time since the conquest began, Kairos' armies take the citadel from its defenders. With your help, the Vinderan Guard Rebellion has been crushed. You claimed Ascension Hall with your disfavored allies, satisfying the terms of Kairos' baleful edict. You and the forces of Kairos are free from the Overlord's death sentence. With the threat of execution no longer looming overhead, the Overlord's armies turn their attention away from the Citadel and towards each other. The tensions that flared over the long siege reached an explosive crescendo as the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus armies clashed iron and bronze in a hasty, organized battle. As his forces were cut down, the voices of Norat and his officers escaped to the Stone Sea, leaving the Construct army to carry on their battle against the disfavored. Coward. In the aftermath, the disfavored broke camp and withdrew to their fortress in the Blade Grave, to regroup and prepare for the extended campaign against the Scarlet Chorus. Having taken Vinderan's well for yourself, Archon Graven Age recognize your unlawful claim to rule and occupy the Spire. As days pass, the wounded and injured were nursed to health. Explored your strange bastion and planned your next steps with careful deliberation. As word spread that the Scarlet Chorus and disfavored turned on each other, factions once resolved to bend the knees were inspired instead to continue fighting. The Archon's feud has heralded the collapse of Kairos' offensive. Hunan, The Archon of Justice observes the chaos and discord spreading across the land. The Archon summons his fate binder to return to court at the Bastard City and report on his actions in Vineyard's well. Trouble. Guys, I'm in trouble. Oh. Civil War. What a shame that it's sent into this. Archon Ash will want to meet and discuss the next steps. Best that you group in Ironhearth. Gather your strength and regroup, but don't leave the Archon waiting. Send Ash my regards. The General has done much for me, and I wish he was here to see this. I'll tell the Archon at Ironhearth after I speak with Tunon. That would be best. She shakes her head and looks out in the spire with fresh bewilderment. It's not enough that we're fighting 2 wars. Now we have this puzzle through. We have to have this puzzle through. Over your position, see you with Ironheart. The dizzying energy from the spire falters. Whatever force awoke the powers that reside here gutters and fades. The faint hum persists in the sculptures at the center. That's odd. There was a portal here a moment ago, but it seems to have vanished. Look around for a solution. Humming from the curious sculptures pulses and builds in volumes, as if to draw your attention.
On it.
Inspired Lithian's crossing. You see deep ashen clouds surrounding the burning library. That's the only thing I can click on. Closer inspection, a series of symbols carved around the base of the structure come into view. One symbol pulses the glow below. The pattern resembles glowing lines of light seen on the floor of Ascension Hall moments before you found yourself transported above the clouds. As you stare at the symbol, the chill of the wind beats and your chest swells with its warmth. The air finally feels welcoming, long seated at last. I'd be careful going any closer. This whole tower is humming with energies that we don't understand. Entry holds its quill poised above a sheet of parchment with anticipation. Now, I didn't say back away. Let's find out what it does. Just be cautious. You can feel power running through this place. Deb surveys the surroundings, her gaze sweeping to the object in the center. You can sense the magic of the spire even from down below. Up here, this close to the axis of the spire, the delusion of energy is numbing. I feel dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? Beric massages his brow with his helmet, causing a halve burning iron to go across the expanse. What is this thing? The surface of the stone edifice trembles at your words. For a brief moment, the solid rock undulates, the same motion as a quiet pond rumbled by rain. An echo bounces back from afar, voice distorted and unfamiliar. Is this thing? Your voice, for a moment there, sounded like a song. The sculpture is once again still, as a rush runs through your body, a jolt of innervation that steadies your balance. A barrage of tactile sensations floods your mind as you feel footsteps and winds, but not in your face or your limbs. A moment later, a flood of information begins to make sense. You are feeling the wind against the spire, and even the weight of your own feet, as if the spire were a second spine. With this connection made, you feel your awareness pull away from this place, not as a traveler, but as one glimpsing the world from impossibly far away. In this moment, there's nothing you cannot see, though you see it nearly all at once in a flood of sensations that is difficult to parse. You see a spire at the crossing of an ancient stone structure, 2 walls extending off into the distance. At the base of this eternal spire, sailors and merchants act in every way unconcerned, toiling under the observations of unforgiving taskmasters. As the shadow of the spire falls over them, the mood changes. Sailors pause, sheered unease, and look up at the sky towards you. Some of the faces looking at you are familiar, and you recognize this place as Lithian's Crossing, served during the war. Near the settlement built at the joining of the ancient walls, you see a breach in the massive masonry cleft into the forbidden realm within the walls. Drift closer to the spire. Spire feels similar to the one you now occupy, though instead of radiating arcane life, it reeks of dust and crumbling stone. A branch withering once pulled from its tree reaches for you with a barely perceptible tug. Drift into the old wall's entrance. Shadows envelop you, muting all sound and vision with slight delay, the feeling of perversion, wrongness. Whatever arcane powers allowing your senses to drift free of your body seems to falter in this place. Figures haunt the stone walls, drifting emanation of cloud, claw, and fang. They pay you no heed, but you fear them all the same. The depth of this forbidden place, the deepest chamber is bathed in light. An arcane symbol illuminates the floor, though the details hurt your eyes when you focus. With a gentle tug, focus pulls back to a new horizon, though it takes you a moment to recognize it as well. You return to the awareness of your immediate surroundings. The effect leaves you unsteady on your feet. The link between you and the spire recedes. The arcane bond is still present, but the mystical injuries, for the moment, quiet. Your body flooded with excitement and fatigue. It's unclear whether the mystic connection is strengthening you, safening you. Power offers nothing by way of answer, and you know that asking would only yield more silence and mystery. The deluge of sensation is over. The positions of the other spires still lingers in your mind. Your vantage point atop the mountain spire, you can easily spot the mysterious structures, each of them rising high above their distant surroundings. You sense that. Pine tree signs a long sigil in the air, squinting as it works his cantrip. Ripples are everywhere. When you move, the magic of this place stirs and churns. That portal over there, the burning braziers, they all grow more intense as you approach. I think it's responding to your presence. I hate to interrupt the wool gathering. I did just resolve one of Kairos' edicts, which is at least as remarkable as ascending a spire. Am I the only one who thinks they might be related? Varric plants his feet and crosses his arms. As a lawful holder of the spire, it is your duty to find out as much about it as possible. That includes understanding edicts as well. If you forget your responsibility, I'd be happy to remind you. Sure to see me after your audience with Tunon. Do not let the Scarlet Chorus gain hold of the tears. Together we'll remove them from the land. Come to me as soon as you can, Featbinder. We have a lot of work to do. Alright. Spire. What? Oh. It's just skill trainers then. And I can only have 6. This device pushes off the mountain signs. It's productive of that age is clear what function it's had once he's resting in any spire. Resting in any spire grants a bonus to all skills. Man's cost none. This is too much. I'm just trying to. Ooh, she can steal health. Real fun. Alright, I want you back. I just wanted to see what she was about.
So, the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another.
I think I made the right decision.
Fighting with the Disfavored. Not the call I would have made, but I'm sure you have your reasons. If you like iron weapons or something about that purple uniform excites you, then be my guest. Who can say? War is all about compromising your morals, deciding who lives and dies. What seems like a mistake turns into your greatest call down the road. Let me make one thing clear, just so that there aren't any misunderstandings. You support Graven Ash, and I couldn't care less. I'm here because you've done what none of the Archons could. Not even the voices of Narat would fault me that. He's also a complete bastard, and I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to stab him in the gut and take control of his army. So, there's that. I'll say this much. Our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me.
Let's be off. I don't know how to get you back. How do I get you back in my party though? Let's do huh?
On it.
It's not my formation. Why would you change my formation? So now can I leave or? Sorry, I already forgot what I apparently need to do. Yeah, maybe I just need to actually. Over here or something. There we go. Did they fix the wall? No, it's over to the. I never got to.
Have a look here.
Look at him go. Let's gather your party. Everyone wants to talk. How do I leave? Oh. Flavor entrance. Interesting. Earth Sentinel stand. Oh man, this is gonna really open up, huh? Set Spire, Mountain Spire. I mean... it's on the way, right? I feel like I should talk to the guy first. I'm gonna save. And that's where I'm gonna end it. I'll pick this up either later today or it won't. I don't really know. A lot of things are gonna be happening in my life. Well, this might be my last stream for a while, you know, but if you don't hear from me in like days, I've lost my internet. And all that nonsense. So yeah. Thanks for joining me. Hope you all had a good time. And enjoy the rest of your month. That's right, not day or weekend, just month. Just enjoy the month. Anyways, take care.